everyone except Tanner at the moment. A little bit missing in action, but we are going to press on because we have Terig's room right in front of us. It's been a little while, so as a brief recap on last section, it was you guys exploring, trying to find Daruka because you had many questions. And it seemed as though he gave some answers, but gave even more questions as a result. You also came across a horde of undead just in the middle of the hut itself, bursting through the door, clambering at the entrance to one of the guest quarters. You quickly dispatched of them, but as they exploded, they seemed to let loose electrical charges and zapped anyone nearby. As you got the situation under control, you realized there was a woman in distress. She had been trying to hold back the door, and as you opened it up and told her it was safe now, you could see that there was a young girl who remained sleeping throughout this whole ordeal. And she explained that she was not well. This Mally, she was called, I believe. And you tried to figure out the affliction of her illness. And after using detect poison, Eridanus found that there was an aura of poison all over this cover, this quilt. It had been draped in oil of Taggart, which is a sleeping potion, effectively, sleeping poison, and it has put her into almost like a continuous, endless sleep. And at this point, you started to kind of try to discern what this was all about. There was something fishy about her, and eventually she was revealed to be none other than the green hag you first encountered when you entered into the hut, Agatha Gristlegums. And she said that it was her orders that she was following. She was simply here to look after the child. No harm would come to them. And a bit of a tenuous discussion was had back and forth, but Dyer, you remained unmovable. You were not going to let this child be under this effect, and you were not going to let them be um, afflicted by any more curses, poisons, or whatnot. So you escorted them and Agatha all the way to the kitchen, where you kind of got her some food, and she seemed to not quite digest the food properly. Maybe she was like holding her stomach. She felt maybe a little bit ill, possibly from either not eating for a very long time or because she's just not used to the food here. You've noticed, after all, everything in this place is suffused with magic. Maybe that's had an effect on her, but no one could really tell exactly what was wrong with her. But I see you trying to open the door. I know you're eager. I'll get through the recap real quick.
That wasn't me.
After that, you guys went back to Daruka, got Eleanor to look after Mally, and you came to an agreement that come her 13th birthday, she will get to decide where she goes, whether she wants to be free of this place or continue learning under the witches here. Tanner also tried to figure out what Daruka actually was by reading a few books on fiends, and he didn't get to the bottom of that. That's enough about that. The last thing you had on your to-do list is talk to Harry. Here you are. Standing outside his door, there is a T, like a plaque, just a T on it in front of it. But yeah, that's up to you guys now. Are you ready to enter the door or knock on it?
Yes, Eridanus will knock.
Okay, you knock. Yes. Hello.
Excuse me, Mr. Terrig. we were wondering if we could speak with you about the hut and a few other things that we think you might know about. That will hopefully help us with what we're trying to do. I'm Eridanus, by the way. Got some other adventurers with me.
I can't say I know you, but
Oh, I
feel
don't know
weird.
myself, so, you know. I've been alive, like 4 days at this point?
We've been here a while, Mr. Tarek, sir. We've seen you in passing. We've been hoping to talk to you about some of the goings on here.
Very
Welcome
well.
your wisdom, if you have some to share.
An intriguing statement, Eridanus. But yes, Dyer, you are allowed in. River Styx. You suddenly hear
Styx?
the door unlock.
Is that a password? Cool.
It was, and the door unlocks. You see Tarek is getting up from the door, getting up from his chair as he's saying this command word.
Thank you for
Tanner, you go
inviting me
first.
here.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Tarek, sir. Not sure if there's a title I should be affixing to that.
Tarek is fine. And you say that you were just born, what, 4 days ago?
Yes, my name is Eridanus, and born's not quite the right word. I mean, I'm from the Feywild, but even by Fey standards, my start of my life was a bit odd. It involved voids and stars and Fey
Yes.
powers, so...
You don't look 4 days old, but appearances can be deceiving. I myself would know more than anyone. Age is not relevant,
Yes.
and nor is your birth, because you were always born. Now, everyone, come in. Please don't stand idle.
I'll look at the door and say, River Styx! That's better. I don't want anyone listening in on this. Especially that shadow beast. Surely you
Yeah,
can't.
that's actually...
Yeah.
One of the things we came to talk about is the Shadow Beast.
I'll be over here. Have a
Cauldron
seat.
over here? I want to look at this cauldron. Just casually, the way that you look around somebody's house when you're
Okay.
in their living room for the first time. You look at what's on the bookshelf, and yeah.
So, as you look around, you realize that this probably was at one point very much like the guest quarters you have. It's a bit more spacious, and it has its own ensuite bath. But in addition to that, you can tell that there are other customizations that are perhaps relevant to the denizen who is inside. So, him being a high elf, you can see that there is like imagery of forests around the actual kind of like wallpaper, and the bath, the chairs, the furniture is kind of much more elven in make, and that kind of design. Whereas if this was like an orc guest, you'd imagine there'd be more like fur skin rugs and bone like idols and cutlery made of bone. But yeah, this seems to fit the bill in terms of everything you'd expect from a high elf. Though, if he wasn't here, it'd be almost like who lives in a house like this. You'd be able to tell just who kind of resides in the guest quarters. There is one thing of note more than anything, and that is this on the table. There is a gigantic hourglass. It is probably about it's going to go with like 3 feet high. It's huge,
It's a big hourglass.
and you can see it is, and you can see that there are sands falling from one to the other currently.
Is it,
And
just to ask, is it falling down definitely, or is it just been weird and falling up?
no, it is not being weird. It is acting as you would expect.
Okay, it's magic, so you never know.
Yeah.
So,
But he gestures you to sit in the comfy sofas.
I will do
They are
so.
elven silks.
Um,
And he takes a seat himself as well.
All right. How you doing, buddy?
I was
Shove
gonna
over a little
sit
bit. I need a little bit more
on the
room,
edge
please.
of the couch, like on the arm of the couch, not quite
Yeah,
relaxing.
sure. Tanner and Grizz probably pull up a stool.
yeah. So,
Actually, Grizz sits on the carpet, Tanner grabs this chair, and then just sits on it from
yeah.
there.
I suppose one of the main things we've come to ask about, so as well, not based on your earlier statement, I'm not sure if we can waste your time, because you seem to,
Time is all I have.
yeah. So I'm not sure, yeah. But
Yeah.
is I mean, I've only been around a little while. As I said, I've got memories that don't quite make sense to some extent, and possibly from past lives, possibly from other sources, I'm not sure. But there seems to be something off with the magic here. It's like, for want of a better word, it's like when I try to do certain magics, it's almost it's like I'm trying to manipulate the weave, but then it's like tugged somewhere, so it goes slightly where I don't want it. If that makes sense.
He nods.
And when I've conjured creatures to aid in combat from the Feywild, they seemed horrified to be here, like there was something wrong with this place. And I don't know quite what that means, but as the architect and a powerful mage who's probably got, well, countless years on top of me, I thought perhaps you seemed the best person to ask.
Well, let me first say that I take no offense in that others find this place distasteful, especially summons. It is true. This place is peculiar, does not behave. The magic here twists and turns.
Yeah, tell me about it.
He looks to you, Ember. He says, and
Pain in the ass.
I imagine you find that your magic has been twisting and turning since the day you learnt it.
No, everything seems to follow order until I got here. Well, on the way over, to be honest. Ever since I was in Burnwell,
Hmm.
it hasn't worked the way it should.
Hmm. Seems the
I'm a
radio.
gift, you see, Tarek. I'm very blessed. I have power that was beseeched to me as I am one who inherits such greatness. It should behave in the ways that I anticipated.
Very well. Yes, it seems as though the radius has increased. Its sphere of influence has spread. But that is just one potential leak that our containment field has yet to be effective with. Seems to look over towards. Yeah, he seems to look over towards his notes as he says this, like leans over as he says the word leak. I've been trying to get to the bottom of it myself, but I am only one wizard. And there are many rooms. Dozens. Perhaps some that I have not even found myself. I may have made this place, but it is the mother of bones that has adopted it.
You're the one who made this place? You didn't make it for her.
No, I made it for her. She adopted it. She allowed me to utilize something of hers
Hmm.
in order to create this place.
Can I ask
Where?
what that thing was?
Well, can I ask something of you first that leads on to that?
You may ask what you wish.
Where is your friend, your ally? Tyro, I believe he was. I tasked him with finding certain cracks in the hut, and that if he was able to do this as a reward, I would have shown him exactly what powers this place.
Hmm. Well, he, like many seekers of knowledge, has been lost to his own quest. We believe that he went into a bag of holding and has somehow lost in another dimension.
Like a holding, you say? They are dimensions in of themselves.
I don't know what possessed him to take such an unprecedented step.
He was
He
not in the
certainly felt
bag,
like
was he?
uh
Did you tip it inside out?
did we? I think
I
we
think we
did.
did.
Yes.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
we
did.
got all this shit. We got all this shit back. That's how I got the Castellan staff.
In which
Yeah.
case, he must have found a way to leave it. But
If
which
you have
bag
any
of holding
insight
was?
where he might be, we'd be happy to find him again. But at the moment, he's presumed, well, exploring somewhere else.
Missing in action.
Chris,
Hmm.
show him the bag.
Okay, Grizz pulls out the bag. Terry has a look at it and casts a spell that perhaps some of you are familiar with. It looks like he speaks the incantations and does the somatic components for an identify spell,
Hmm.
but there's extra added onto it. There seems to be
Uh,
extra components, extra, like normally it just uses a pearl and an owl feather, uh, except he brings out a number of other different gems and almost like an entire bouquet of feathers in addition to that. And after he finishes casting this, he looks at the bag and says, I see. This was owned by the Blight, a damn loot goblin. Seems he actually found it here as well, which means that bag of holding is tied to this place. If he found a way to escape it, he might not have gone as far as we think, but yet not within our grasp. Does this make any sense?
I've never heard of a bag of holding tied to a specific place. Does that mean
They are
he's still in
pocket
the hut
dimensions.
somewhere? Yes.
can
When they are created, that dimension must first be created. He gestures to the chest behind him. He says, I could make a dimension in this chest. I could make a dimension behind that wall behind you.
so
Wherever that dimension exists, that is where the bag of holding diverts its traffic.
so you
Yeah.
saying he's in the hut, but
And yet not at the same time.
so like in the hut, but not in this hut?
Perhaps he actually says that could even be that's opening another entire bag of worms. A
Oh dear.
can of worms.
Well, it's bag of holding, so bag of worms kind of works.
I mean, I
But
suppose the question is, well, can is he findable?
there is potential. But Eridanus, you've reminded me that he could be lost within the myriad. He could be lost within the infinite vertices, the infinite faces, or perhaps even along one of its edges.
Or
And those who, as he describes this, can you roll me a intelligence?
Everybody?
Yes. Let's see if you know what
17.
geometry is. Ember, you do. You've had a, and I'd say Dire as well, a particularly tough DC, but some of you definitely have not been schooled in the way of geometry, especially a Fey folk. Why would you? But you learned about shapes in school.
yeah, the Fey
And
folk and the barbarian, we're the two who don't get it. It makes sense.
as simple as it sounds, you have to imagine in a fantasy world that
Yeah.
geometry is actually an advanced subject that would not probably be taught in most schools. So what he mentioned about vertices, faces, and edges indeed describes a geometry, the geometry of an object.
Okay.
They reference the corners, the lines,
It's similar to what I had already seen, having accidentally entered the astral plane, a
exactly.
wild magic surge,
You did
like
see something very
session
similar,
fucking
and that
number 3 or something. Yeah.
that definitely rings true with what he's describing with that kind of edges and faces. You saw a glimpse of that, and Tyros described it before as well. Before
Yeah. Okay.
now, as you can imagine, each one is a different way to find it, but they are all connected. They all make up one shape.
It would have to be symmetrical in some manner as well, unless they all possess no weight. Otherwise, they would collapse on each other. Would they not? With-
Symmetrical.
I've been between the walls ever so briefly, but I have indeed seen these shapes that you speak of, Tarek. Uh, almost like a library stacked on one another, except for the astral sea, of course. That was vast black emptiness.
Mm. What you are standing on here is simply the net of that shape, unraveled, flat.
Like a
We are
box
on
before it's assembled.
precisely. We are simply on one of its dimensions.
Does that not imply that there is a logic and a pattern to this? That the shape of the hut can be understood?
An attempted logic. When I first built this place, it was incomprehensible. Trying to give this thing structure was a daunting and arduous task. I failed on my first attempts, but as I began to learn and unravel its own secrets, I had to eventually stretch the laws of physics until they snapped in place. However, what Baba Yaga has done since is another school entirely. She instead twists the laws, not just of physics, but of nature, until they scream.
Why
I
do you tolerate
believe
this?
because it is, all in all, an experiment. The
So,
results here will better inform me of how to avoid mistakes in the future. I have another design I wish to enact, but I need to see just what happens here first.
So this is like your prototype in a way.
You could call it that, yes.
And if she's twisting the laws of nature to and making them scream, that would explain why creatures in the from the Fae don't particularly like it here.
Indeed.
Huh.
I do not know exactly what she is doing to manipulate it, but I know she has a goal in mind.
That goal. What can possibly be served by this twisting of natural law?
He steeples his fingers for a moment and looks at the hourglass that begins to slowly slow down, like the actual grains kind of fall one by one.
Oh, she trying to become immortal or a god or something. Maybe she already is. I don't know.
Well, from my
That
Immortality?
is
Not
one
pain.
possibility, yes, Ember.
I was thinking out loud as Derek, but yeah, I'll say that in character.
He turns the hourglass around, not turning it upside down, but he twists it slightly so that it's facing a different side. And even though it doesn't seem to be any different, he has turned it for a reason, perhaps. He says, but that is only one possibility, one of many in the myriad, one in the infinite vertices. She could instead be searching for something. He turns the hourglass another time, like 90 degrees. He says, or she could be trying to access a higher dimension.
To what end? Is it power, control, knowledge?
I could not say. Baba Yaga keeps her motivations, her wants and needs close to her chest,
Hmm.
else others would exploit them.
Yes, I would too if I were in her spot.
He looks back to you and says, the question is, what are you going to do?
Well, I suppose that's one reason we've come to speak to you.
Yes. We've been.
You've said that the influence is spreading outside outside the hut, outside the this place, whatever it is. Is it going to keep spreading?
I hope not. But it seems as though the containment here is not secure, and it is actually one of the reasons why Baba Yaga has allowed me to stay here as well. It is my duty to find this leak.
But she does want you to contain the leak.
Yes.
I'm wondering now if that power is somehow being leached away and lost like a hole in a bucket, or if it's
You
letting
are
out, which will just
more correct than you think.
contaminate. Hmm.
My research has led me to believe that is exactly the case, Dad.
And what was the cause of the leak? Do you know, or what changed?
It feels as though, from my searches, that something has been prodding about, like trying to find that hole in the bucket. Prodding, poking, until they found a weakness, and then they punctured it.
Sinvala.
It's possible. Or the
Probable, I think. When I, had a coffee with her, she seemed to be pretty aware of the problem. I'd imagine that she's likely the perpetrator of said attack on the hut. She's in Weep, by the way, just outside.
You found Baba Yaga's daughter.
Yeah, I'm incredibly good at what I do. Of course, I found her daughter.
That is impressive. But I wonder if she wishes to be found.
Uh, she seemed pretty amicable. I just had a visit, I went for a little jaunt. Said hi, asked a few questions, and didn't want to bother her. She looked like she was a little tired, getting ready for bed, reading a book, having a tea.
That is news that Baba Yaga would very most likely wish to hear.
I'm sure it is, but news has a price. I mean, I have some things that Baba Yaga might not see eye to eye with me. I have to make her see reason, of course. And hopefully, in delivering this news, I can maybe ease over some service tensions, if you will. Best to keep that between you and I right now. We're laying all our cards on the table, but these are my cards, don't forget.
Yes. Speaking of your cards, Ember, considering what Tarek just did with the bag, perhaps there's something else you should get him to look at? It'd be useful to have that tool at our disposal.
Aeronautics now. Be careful about what you talk about. Things can go wrong in ways you don't expect.
That's why I was
think,
specifically phrasing it so vaguely.
You think this elf doesn't understand the between the lines, Aerodonis? Come on now. Use your head.
I didn't specify any
Alfred.
context. I just said there's something you have.
And the Baba Yaga, Aerodonis, you're gonna get us all killed. Fine. Derek, if you could, that little identify spell of yours, if it not too much on your daily, have a look at this and tell me why the hell it doesn't work as it should. And I will gingerly twist my hand and expose the 2 of 3 remaining burning embers, burning eye sockets, I guess, of the green skull on the ring, and keeping it on my hand, but presenting it so that he'd be able to cast his spell on it.
Yeah.
He looks over to it. He raises an eyebrow, and as soon as he lays eyes on it, you see the sand in the hourglass speed up. Back to normal, but it feels as though it's been going slowly for such a while now that it's going faster than it normally is. Such is the passage of time when you get used to it, and then it goes back to normal. It feels like it's faster than... It's like you've just changed the status quo. But anyway, it's an unnerving and weird effect, mesmerizing effect, not unnerving. But nonetheless, he does seem to lay eyes on it and raise an eyebrow, and he says, "Where did you find this?"
It was bestowed upon me. Services rendered. The old, same place we found the mega holding, to be honest.
You found it here, in the hut.
Yes.
Then I dare not touch it.
Well, you don't have to touch it. Just identify it.
That would require touching it.
Oh, see, Aerodonis, you expose our secrets for nothing. And I'll spin it back around so it's facing my palm, close my fist, and kind of roll my eyes.
Just to settle a future argument, Tarek, based on my words, would you have guessed that's what it was that I was referring to?
It is a ring of 3 wishes.
Yes, but literally...
But if it is... But it is not...
Yeah, I never said it was a ring. I just said something that wasn't working properly, so, Yeah.
I can see it plainly now, but... It is not a normal ring of 3 wishes by any stretch. He conjures an image. And as it takes form, it appears like this. This is a ring of 3 wishes. In fact, there's a better image. I just get rid of that one. That was likely conceived in the hut.
It's perverted. It's manipulated. It doesn't, as you can clearly see, one of the three wishes has been wished upon. It was disgraceful, Derek. It was absolutely disgraceful. The outcome. Exactly not what I wanted to happen. Derek, I cast a spell of ice. It was ugh, it was cold. I almost killed my friend Daya. This ring is awful. But at the same time, if I could figure out its nature,
The likelihood is that was created here within Baba Yaga's cauldron.
we created something in that cauldron. We created an amulet of greed, of avarice.
Well, you have met Crud then.
Yeah, he after he was done his work, he was a little repulsed and fell through the floor. I think he's dead. I'm not sure.
I would not underestimate that creature. It is an artifact of at least legendary status. Baba Yaga's cauldron itself is a notorious relic, one that has been used to conjure countless potions, craft mystical items, and alter the very fabric of reality. It is not something that has likely died as a
Like
result of creating them.
the opposite of Lodorvu's breath, I guess. It infuses, and Lodorvu's breath seems to dispel.
Hmm. Kind of raises an eyebrow questioningly. He says, "It is perhaps the apex of transmutation magic."
I see.
Hmm.
Transmutation wizards always were very, at least in the academy, they were very highly sought after. The Sultan, of course, used them to flood the market with cheap counterfeit goods and things of magical quality and coin. Transmutation is quite the school, Terrig. You can do a lot with that.
Hmm,
Yeah.
you can.
But with the
I always
ape,
had a hard
Okay.
time with the more subtle formulae in the scrolls and the spells. I was more interested in the evocation when I did my studies. Unfortunately, my studies were abruptly cut short. They didn't understand my potential. But transmutation, if there was a second subject, Terry, that would be something I would be inclined to take on. You could do a lot with a little with transmutation.
yes, and
Oh.
yet you get so sickened by the idea of transmuting one element into another.
It's a travesty, Eridonis.
No, it's just a part of transmutation, just one you don't happen to like.
Last time I checked, Eridonis, you weren't a wizard, so this is well above your level of comprehension. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, and last time I checked, neither were you.
Don't you worry. What do you mean
Before we
checked?
let
What'd you
these
check?
two
What did you
get any
do?
further, Turek, is the fact that this ring was created in the cauldron, does that mean it is somehow, I don't know, subject to her will, visible to her, or it
Her
hasn't been,
will,
been behaving how we would have expected?
her
I'm
will
worried that
is
its origin.
her will is one word I would use, but you could use or her whims would be a better word.
Hmm.
But you are correct once again, Daya. Indeed, that something conceived from that cauldron is effectively of her design, her whims. That creature, Crud, is very much infused with her own mind, her own design, schemes, attitudes.
So,
It It itself has gone through many transformations over its lifespan. That thing might even be older than Baba Yaga herself.
So is it possible that this ring could have some sort of effect on it, that it will only truly work for her? Or something of that nature?
Possible. There is a risk involved in anything, like when making a deal or a bargain with the Bone Mother. The details are in the fine print, and you never really know if you're getting the better deal. The same goes for magical items created in that cauldron. There's no guarantee. However, Ember, if you are so eager to discover its true intentions, I will submit myself to identify it. But perhaps you could do something for me first.
But, well, it really depends. I am immediately tasked with, I'm sure you're aware of the Shadow Beast. It's kind of a bit of the old forefront right now for me, but I guess I could exchange of favors, perhaps. Yeah, maybe.
That ties into what I wish to ask.
Oh well, two birds, one stone is my kind of bargain. So sure, I'm listening.
All I seek is to perhaps have you finish Tyro's work here.
Not
There is
me.
a crack
Oh, I
here
couldn't
in the hut.
possibly. Are you sure?
You are not expected to fix it. Leave that to me. But at least locating or eliminating this leak.
Could
Well,
help with the Shadow Beast,
I-
perhaps.
He turns to you, Eridanus, and says, I have a suspicion this Shadow Beast is indeed perhaps one of the potential outlets, contributors.
Shadow Beast is Senrith, I think.
There's only one way to find out.
It
Yes.
seems like every time Senrith dies, this thing comes or something. I don't know.
His eyes flash for a moment, bright blue, and there's a sort of swirl of sand that kind of picks up out of nowhere and just flutters around his head. And as it begins to, the sands begin to like form into streams that flow, and they seem to start kind of twisting. Some of them swirl into a spiral. Others seem to kind of go veering off and shoot in random directions.
What the heck?
And he, from your look, Ember, you can roll an Arcana check if you want to figure out what kind of spell he's using.
Oh god. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. Oh, come on, Derek. No, I have
Well,
no idea. Couldn't even. It's a level 1. I don't even know.
no, it's a level 1. You're good. It's a 10. It's a success. DC 10.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
It's only if you are proficient. So he's actually
Oh, yeah.
cast Detect Magic.
All right.
But he's also at the same time basically creating like a minor illusion that also represents what he is seeing in his own way. And he says, I will be able to monitor the flow of magic here in the hut, which edges it runs along, and I will be able to tell where it is drawn from, but I cannot tell that leak. There's only one way to find out if it is the one responsible. If by
Right.
containing or subduing the beast, the mana begins to stop leaking, then we will know for certain if that is the one responsible.
There was one irregularity that Tyro discovered before he went for a little jaunt in the old douchebag of holding.
Hmm.
Eh, the the two guard dogs that guarding the some kind of item of elemental control. I don't know too much about it, but that door seemed to be some kind of one way, and there was some kind of strange irregularity where he went through the door one way and then came out back through it, entering another door in the hut. Unexpectedly, of course.
Well done, Tyro. Well done. Already, your wizard friend proved himself. It is a shame this did not reach my ears before his disappearance. But Tyro did indeed find one of the flaws within the hut. This was an oversight of mine when creating it. A simple miscalculation or a lapse in my concentration. But yes,
Inconsistency.
correct. This was as a test, Tyro. I am aware of this one, but I wanted to see if he was able to locate and identify one. After he had done that, I was going to test him or charge him with a more daunting task. But it seems as though he almost went ahead without my further warning. He is not the first wizard to fall prey and fall between the gaps in the hut. But
It's almost if by sharing your lack of knowledge, you were unable to capitalize on it. And instead of having a companion you could have talked to, you've lost another expert. I will never understand why you wizards are so bent on keeping your information to yourselves, being secretive, and seeking help at the same time you refuse to share your resources. We
it's
lost
not
Tyro because of it. Who knows what else we've lost in the meantime?
the sands in the hourglass freeze, and he looks over towards you, Dyer, with a stern look, and says, "My interception of this would not have made a difference. What happened happened. Nothing I could have said or done would change that. For some, you can warn them of the dangers, and it still does not matter. It is their mistake to be made, and they were yet not ready for the task ahead until they have laid eyes upon that truth. The truth they must discover for themselves. You see,
A truth you could have helped him discover if you'd shared what you'd known.
Well, hang on now. Maybe he's in process. Maybe he didn't,
the
fall out when
truth,
we flipped it open. So
words fail the truth. The truth cannot be spoken. The truth must be seen. If I was to even describe a single mote of what is at play here, your mind would perhaps unfold, much like the hut. He begins to summon another illusion, this one of a small cube. He says, "This is the information you are seeking, but not one you are yet ready to receive. This is a pointless endeavor, but I shall share it with you for your own peace of mind. We are here," and he points to the cube, "on the third dimension. You are familiar with it.
I'm familiar with 3, yes.
On a grid, you might think of it as a town in a map, and which floor of a building you might meet someone on. These are 3 coordinates you might give. Remember, however, that at any time you have arranged a meeting, that it would not matter the location. There is a 4th coordinate you must acquire. That is time. You would not give time without a place, nor would you give a place without a time. The actual coordinates to meet someone require 4 parts, 3 in space, 1 in time. You've never told someone, I will meet you at sundown. But where? Or I'll meet you at the Lettermain Well in Weep.
Are you listening to this, Eridanus? This is how time
when?
works.
We know
I know
intuitively
how
that we
time
need-
works.
We know intuitively that we need a space and a time coordinate combined in order to have a life unfold in any meaningful way. So the idea that we are living in 4 dimensions should not be unsurprising, people. We take it for granted, in fact. The difference is we are not prisoners of our 3rd dimensional space. You can travel up and down, east, west, north, south. You can fully access all points of space, yet you are a prisoner in the present, forever transitioning from the past to the future. The sands in the hourglass begin to fall continuously. You have no access to the past. You have no access to the future. So if you go to a higher dimension, it's not unrealistic to think that you step out of time, step out of that dimension. And now as you look at time as though you look at space, suddenly all the sands in the hourglass kind of freeze up. And the box, that strange cube, begins to it begins to sort of spread outwards, but not in just a normal cube gets bigger sort of state, but rather the vertices extend into that of another cube. And you realize what you're seeing is what he was trying to explain, is that words cannot be used to explain this dimension of what you're seeing. You can only see it. I'd like everyone to make an intelligence save as they look at this 4th dimensional object that he is projecting. Wow, Eridanus.
Yep.
Somehow stealing his mind, just barely.
He's
Tanner has
he's
no
got a
head
fey
to say
mind,
of it.
which works in mysterious ways. Diet is like barely grasping on with a 14.
Yeah, that is. You're kind of getting it. The words he is using are English. They make sense. They're common, rather. And yet he's stringing them into a sentence that starts to make the limits of your brain push. So as everyone here views a 4th dimensional object, they are confuddled, confused, but he is not attacking you. He is not doing an attack or making you take psychic damage. But Tanner and Grizz are lost in this. Eridanus, you are actually somehow getting it. It is coherent. He's not babbling some sort of wizard mumbo jumbo. It is logic. There is, in fact, science behind it. You heard Kesserask speak to you, and he speaks in very kind of airy, mystical ways, talking about other dimensions and stars and cosmic power. Herrig is a man of science, and he is using very basic geometry and math to try and help your minds comprehend it. And Ember, you're just at the door, looking perhaps through the window of what this he's trying to describe. But you're literally one short of the DC, and so you're kind of just figuring out what he's perhaps saying. But if you can make sense of it out of game, then at this point I'll let you. But he begins to describe. He says, "So, the very questions that we have, the very statements that make about our lives, makes no sense. When did you enter the hut? You always entered the hut. When will you die? You were always dying." He looks to you, Eridanus. When were you born? You was always born. And so if in that higher dimension your whole timeline is laid out in front of you, and you have access to it at any point, relive it. We don't yet know if you can interfere with those events that have already happened. If your whole timeline was already there, what does it mean to jump in and change something if it's already there? We don't know what lies within. And as he says within, you see the cube begin to stretch out even more, creating a net around that cube of other cubes to begin to mirror themselves infinitely and spread across the entire room. And it's like this infinite, reoccurring pattern, like when you put a mirror against a mirror.
Yes. So
And he says, my point is that there is nothing I could have done, nor said, that would have helped Tyro.
because he would
What
have
happened
always
happened.
done that.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Perhaps other dimensions outside of time, perhaps other realities, another hut like this one maybe, or even 100 different huts, as you see the cubes literally multiply into hundreds. Perhaps there is a way to access that in another dimension, another world, another universe, through to it to the other side, but we have yet not able to grasp.
Yes.
Our
Because
mortal mind cannot comprehend,
yes.
even our immortal mind.
So if we were on some theoretical fifth dimension able to visit any point in time and attempt to change it, then who attempted to change it? Because the you that's viewing it would not be the you that made the change. In a weird way.
Hmm.
It's
But wouldn't the you that's attempting to change it be part of that future you? Isn't that folded into it?
I mean, that's
That if all of this is already set and done, then our interference will have already happened in the future.
yes.
Correct.
So can you see this path, this fourth dimension laid out?
The current me? No. The future me? Yes.
And you don't have
Corellin,
access to that
perhaps
future
that's why.
you's knowledge?
I cannot use the knowledge of my future self in the present.
Because you've not gained that knowledge yet, so it wouldn't. Huh. Time is strange.
It is. But I have, as I've said, been able to stretch time, make it snap into places. That is not to say that it has changed it. I've even managed to split it like an atom, diverging paths. But that is for another conversation.
Then.
For now, I will set you back on your task. There is a
Yeah.
leak within the hut, a power that is leeching off this power, and he again gestures back to the cube that folds back into place and then vanishes, pops. He says, "Find that, subdue it, or perhaps even just eliminate it. If you can do that for me, then I will be able to help you further. I might be even able to help find your friend, identify this ring."
Yes. In terms of the leak, if we believe it is the Shadow Beast, and we do, then there is one thing that may be useful before we do so. Actually, there are two things. The first is
Yes.
that the Shadow Beast seems to have a strange fixation on me. It's tried to attack me at least twice that I'm aware of. I've managed to drive it off, but it's almost like it's trying to, like, when it's trying to attack me, it's like everything becomes muted and like color fades, sound fades, but nobody else seems to notice it. A couple of times it's happened, so I'm not sure why it would have any interest in me aside from maybe how my magic works, perhaps, because mine draws from the stars, but or perhaps due to my fey nature, or perhaps due to the nature of my birth. But I, that okay.
You look over. Yeah, you suddenly look up from your talking and realize Tarek has disappeared.
Yep.
And as you look over towards the bookshelf, he is over by the bookshelf. He didn't move super fast.
He was just
He
there.
just he's just there. Yeah. And
Yeah.
he pulls out a book and begins flicking through the pages. What you're describing is it is definitely an element of the void. Yes. Here. And he hands you over the book.
I will look at the
It
book.
is a book on the different elements that create not just the material world, but the outer realm.
Yeah.
And void is not negative energy. The absence. Or is it? Let's find out. Because this is actually the same thing that Carius has been getting on his
Yes,
Fridays.
it's like, why is this me?
Why? Because, funnily enough, all the elements do tie together, and there is I guess, a constant.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. I'll just copy this into the chat so other people can have a look at it, because it is on the page, it's open to everyone.
Yeah.
What that's the page he's kind of handed to Eridanus.
Yes.
And it describes the inner planes, the prime material, the outer planes, and the elements that make up everything. Water, air, fire, earth. These are the basic elements. And everything changed once the Fire Nation attacked. I mean,
Then you have the positive and negative energy planes.
yep, transitive, the ones in between those, and the ones that stand at the apex and zenith, which are the positive and negative energy. Yeah. So he is pointing towards the negative energy plane, but he seems to be describing it in a strange way. The void is like it is the negative energy plane, but it's an element in of itself. It's hard to describe. Not my. It's certainly not my area of expertise, but I do know of this element, and it is an incredibly difficult one to tackle. For all other elements fall into it, including color, time, magic. They fall and are lost. They are reverted back into a base element. Think like carbon.
Would be
Yeah, might not be making sense to our other friends here. Like he points towards Grizz and Tanner, who are like, "What? Carbon? Element? What are you talking about?"
yes. That's
What I'm saying is that it is effectively dividing those elements. It is unraveling them, suppressing them. Perhaps it's like here. He pulls up like a curtain. And he says, "This is the weave." Yes.
yes.
And he stretches it. All the fibers begin to like unravel slightly, and there's a bigger. It's easier to see Terry through the curtain as he pulls it and stretches it, because there are more holes. More light falls through it. You are able to see me. Think of this in the reverse. Your magic is falling through those gaps into that void. If there is and the larger it gets, the more difficult it is to handle. You need to somehow condense it, hem it in, contain it. That way, it is less likely that you're going to miss the mark. And as he's describing this, you do recall when that thing stretched out, it was a lot bigger. The last time you saw it,
Yeah.
it was stretching out and becoming like a large like area. But
Yes.
yeah,
Then it brings me back to the thought that the reason it's so fixated on me is that rather than falling into the void, I came from the void. I was made from the void. That,
You share an element with it.
yes.
Hmm.
And
Unlike the others, where it is drinking them in, perhaps it wishes to join. Join in yours. Join in your elements, I'm not sure. Like I say, elements are not usually my area of
yes.
expertise.
Yes. Well, that was the first of the points, but at least it reinforces a little bit. The second was we would, and I sort of look at Emperor and like, am I at least allowed to discuss, what Tanner has, or is that off the table as well? Ember?
Remember?
Pardon me. What's that?
Sorry, I literally just ran for like 20 seconds using the
Ha.
washroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, so they, you'd explain it.
Yeah. Eridanis has basically just asked about the void stuff and why it might be attracted to him, and it seems like because Eridanis is from the void, it's like attracts like sort of thing, and perhaps rather than trying to absorb powers, it's trying to merge powers potentially.
Okay, yeah, I got that much of it.
Yeah, and then I basically said, and the other thing is, and then I just sort of paused and was like, am I at least allowed to talk about what Tanner has, because it's kind of important for what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's where I ran to use the washroom.
Yeah,
Because I thought you had more, and I'm like, I'll catch this on the rewatch.
Yeah.
Sorry. So
yeah, I was asking Ember if I have his permission because he got so pissy about the ring. If I can talk about the shield, but without specifically mentioning the shield.
Yeah, whatever. I didn't cast a spell, Eridanis. By all means,
Right.
do your research.
Alright, so whilst these guys were in the Fae, I'm technically from the Fae, so I don't know. Dawn granted Tanner some measure of power into his shield, which we believe which we believe might be able to be used to help.
Dawn is not an enchanter. Dawn is not a runesmith. How did he give you his power? May I see? And as Tanner's not here, I would just make the executive decision that he probably would, because you need help.
Yeah,
and he
that's
seems
kind of
willing
why
to
we
give
came here. And if
So
he wants to
Tanner
use the shield, he needs to know how to use it.
Okay, so Tanner lifts up the shield from his back and it levitates towards Terig. Ah, that would make sense now. As I suspected, the only way for a paladin like Dawn to perhaps share his power is for there to be a vessel which can contain it. This is Sensidian, isn't it? The material.
Yes, forged, of course, in the great forge of Pyraculum.
More void. He points to the book. That element is infused into the shield, into that material. It is a strange, very peculiar element, mineral, an ore that somewhat is suffused with the negative energy. If you're able to forge it, I commend you. That must have been
I am Forge Master.
Well then, I commend you, Forge Master Cinderborn. You have made quite a masterpiece here with your allies. This is notoriously one of the hardest elements to forge, to actually hammer. Discovered by, well, none other than Twilight.
it was quite the ordeal, quite the amount of work. But Tanner and I, we got it done. Yeah, that's what we got. Diet too,
Well
of
done.
course. But yeah, it was. I think I'll, going forward, get my underlings to do this kind of strenuous labor. But yeah, old Ember made a nice shield.
And it seems as though there's something extra. Tanner was able to inscribe it with Elvish runes, but that is not normal of a object made of Sensidian, but a unique touch, no less. Sensidian is a material that is of the elemental plane of negative energy. It is able to store light. It is able to then release it back. They are almost like yin and yang in that respect. Positive, negative. Stores it by surrounding the light in shadow. In
Hang
fact,
on now. Continue. Pardon me, but I just realized something very
yes, I
interesting.
realized it as well. Go on then.
Well, I guess it's kind of the worst kept secret of the hut that I may have been present when Senrith met his one of many demises, his most recent demise. Well, maybe recent has new meaning given what you've just told us, but he had these black protrusions coming out of his body all over. Could that have been Sensidian, and this creature was stored inside that, or something? I don't know.
Hmm. That I had not yet heard of, but
Eh,
that is an interesting theory, Ember.
I guess we weren't thinking
Very.
the same thing, Terrig.
No, but what I came to realize is how Sensidian is able to subdue light, contain it, store it.
Well, Senrith was Twilight, right?
He is.
So perhaps that Sensidian, quite literally, that was all in his body, whoever put it there or punished him, but Baba Yaga, I guess. I guess maybe that's why Twilight went missing and became this no light, this void. Maybe that's how he became the void by having Sensidian punish
And
him.
what would you do to contain that void, Ember?
You would make the opposite of Sensidian?
Surrounded by light,
Yes.
a prison of light.
That's Tanner's. Ah, okay, Tanner, there you go, buddy. That's
do we
that's
do
what we're
that?
looking for.
How do I do that from the back row? Uh, sorry, sorry. Yeah, he just imagine that. It's like how he turns around and says, there is such a spell," and he pulls out another book from the shelf. Such a spell called Wall of Light, and perhaps another one. He pulls out another spell book, Force Cage. But Force Cage uses the weave, much the same as Wall of Light. They're both magical spells that tap into the weave, shape it. What we need is something more pure, something more celestial in quality, I guess. It's not radiant, but positive. It needs to be pure, without magic, without speech, sound, color. It needs to be pure positive energy. Believe it or not, just as dangerous as negative energy.
Yes.
He pulls out another book. He pulls out Mount Celestia, which is actually one of the outer planes on that other page you can see there.
Yeah.
He says, Mount Celestia is effectively heaven divided into 7 layers. Its highest layer is known as, let's see here. because he seems to remember something from Mount Celestia. He's also kind of going on a tangent. Cranias, the topmost and final layer of Celestia, is called the Illuminated Heaven. Little is known of its structure because nothing was ever recorded by few that have visited and returned. The legends say that Cranias was a plane of pure positive energy that an individual, even lawful or perhaps even neutral, would have had their alignment burned out of them, leaving them inherently good as if they survived.
Ah, sounds horrible.
Like I say, positive and negative are simply two sides of the same coin. Now,
But how do you
the
access
light
something like positive energy without magic?
Is
mm,
the light in Tanner's shield not enough?
that is Dawn's very own power. Dawn is the very embodiment of light. He is not necessarily good or evil. He is simply a force of energy, power. That is what, in essence, all three of them were, or now are. Light, dawn, twilight, they are not tied to morals. They are both a time of day, a natural force, a pure force. One that does not necessarily take sides. I think maybe this is perhaps a key, and Dawn knew this. How to utilize it is, well, up to its user.
So,
Yeah.
if
How you decide to just to draw it. When drawing that energy, it takes shape. Whatever Tana deems that might be the key. Same way a wizard draws from the weave, form a missile of magic or a cage of energy. Tana must draw light into a form that he desires.
so, it would almost be like constructing magic, but rather than using the weave, he's using that light. So
I
that
hope
light.
your faith is exactly a test of faith rather than a test of skill or experience.
Well, out of character, at least he's had his faith in himself reinforced, and his faith in his god
Exactly.
reinforced recently.
There you go.
So that's.
Perhaps then, Tana, you are ready. You just do not yet believe it. It is time. You have what you need. Let us hope that you can pull this off. Might be what's it called? Last-ditch effort. If it does not get stopped now and continues to grow, then I fear that only divine intervention may be able to stop it.
Yes. Right. Has anyone got anything else they wish to speak with Tarek on immediately, or?
Anything else? How's your day? Enjoying the food?
Yes, it's quite tasty.
Yeah.
But.
Well,
Chris, you alright over there?
it's just been mind melting in the corner. I like the pretty pictures. These ones, they have turquoise and colors,
Yeah, they're pretty
They're
cool,
good.
Chris. Don't touch anything.
but yeah, we believe in you, Tano. You can do this. And he walks up to him and puts his hand on his shoulder. I'll be right there with you, Tana. Moral support.
There's your force of light, Tarek. Our Grizz, shining brighter than the brightest of beacons.
You need it to be pure. I believe you've got a pure heart.
I suppose the only other thing that I would ask, at least, is, and this might not be in your wheelhouse, but you know, dimensions and stuff, kind of your thing.
Mm-hmm.
The space between the stars.
Blind Eternity.
Yes, we spoke with Kesserask, and he seemed to be dealing with something that he was trying to contact someone, but something interrupted, and it was from the space between the stars, like an embodiment of chaos or something. And I was wondering if you had any idea what that might be, or where that even is.
He tilts his head as you're describing this, and the sands in the hourglass also begin to tilt, as if something is off kilter. That sounds, first of all, very dangerous. And secondly, very intriguing. The space between space has never been mapped. It's perhaps impossible to. But I understand a small portion of its history, its science. It is filled with a certain chemical, very volatile chemical at that. Is one that should not be set ablaze. Ember, you would be the last person anyone would want aboard a vessel traveling through the Flistigian.
To be honest,
A what?
he's the last person I'd want on a vessel traveling anywhere, but
Stop it, Aradonis. This is serious.
seriously, what is it also with my characters knowing someone who potentially would blow up ships by accident? You're the Irina of this party, Ember.
Yeah.
No.
From
I'm no candlestick or nothing. Don't worry about it. I'm not setting anything on fire.
Yes, but anyway, so the phlogiston, you said.
The phlogiston?
Phlogiston.
Yes. That is the element that comprises of this place. It is a strange, impossible to contain element. It is chaos incarnate. I believe that it is what surrounds the glass spheres or the crystal spheres between the realms. The material plane is simply a plane that makes up other planes, and he points towards, once again, the bottom diagram with the image of Elysium,
Yeah.
Mount Celestia, all of that. He says all of this together is simply one sphere.
Yes.
You're zooming very far out if you wish to talk about that realm. If you had an interest in it, I would advise caution. Seeing into those places, there is nothing else out there except an essence that wants to unmake you, return you back to your, I wouldn't even call it base elements. I would call it back into what you were before you were elements.
Back
The
in.
laws and physics I have learned here and studied cannot be applied to what lies outside of our sphere.
Yes.
What does he wish? What was your question anyway, Eridanus?
It was more I was just generally trying to find out more about and what could exist there, and to be honest, what
Could
it was.
exist?
Yes, because it was based on Kesseras's conversation. It almost seemed like he'd got in contact with something there that was trying to break through him, almost.
There are others. He is not the first to try this and attempt it. And he goes over towards his library of little books here. Yes. I recall an account. Another one tried this very same. Well, feat. See if I can find it. Yes, here. He pulls it out. The entry reads as follows. He looks like he's reading from like a journal entry. Big ugly squid. I wish my mind was still that innocent, still unaware of what they really are. Once you know, once you really know, you understand what they really are, or if you are among the damned to witness them yourself. Once you know, you will never forget. Keeps me up at night. If not for my acolyte's pity, I would not sleep at all. Squid. Charming, frankly. Truth? I cannot tell you the truth. Not properly as a man of science should. It is beyond our scope. Since I understand things about them, I explained them in course. Perhaps you can continue my research now that I can no longer pursue it. At this point, Kesarask is whispering into your mind, Eridanos, and says, "Ah, yes! I remember this one." And it seems as though this isn't the first time. It seems as though Kesarask is perhaps the one who did continue this research. This is quite a long extract, but do you wish for me to continue? Do you truly wish to know what lies out there?
Yes.
Well, yes.
I think
Very
we
well.
have to know.
It comes down to dimensions. Terry kind of laughs. We possess three: height, width, and depth. Well, he looks down up from the book. That's a rudimentary understanding. Nonetheless, he looks down. He says, "Gripping billiard ball. Wrap your fingers around it, and you will understand. Now imagine a creature that existed in only two of those dimensions. In a universe described as a simple plane to our own. To that creature, the ball would appear as a simple circle, growing and shrinking as it passed through the plane of the creature universe. Imagine how our heads would look. Strange, fleshy circles filled with liquids and fluids, shards of bone, glistening meat. The creature could never understand what it was truly seeing. It could no more conceive of a hand, nor imagine a creature as complex as us existing in three dimensions. Gripping a billiard ball on a whim. The abominations that we so aptly describe them are to us as we are to that benighted creature. They exist in dimensions beyond our own, whose form we can hardly guess. We can only see fragments of their body, long stretches of writhing flesh, glistening with juices that should not exist outside of our body, whipping through the air and vanish back in a way that our minds simply refuse to accept. This is a creature that is incomprehensibly alien, this hateful, hungry god. Imagine our two-dimensional creature again. Imagine yourself to be a cruel child. If you chose to, then that creature would powerless to resist. It could not see you unless part of you intersects its plane. You could watch every move, and it could never hope to escape your gaze. It would be the simplest thing to push a pin through it like a butterfly on a card. Take a glass of water and push it into the creature's plane, and you will find itself trapped, drowning in an inescapable sea. The creature is entirely at your mercy, and always will be. Same as you, same as me.
So,
He shuts the book.
so these creatures that exist between the space since they exist in more dimensions than we can comprehend, and they are also have that potential cruelty in its own way. So they could be the one to put the needle through, intersect our plane in a way, drown us in an endless sea sort of thing.
Indeed. That is why the crystal spheres were conceived in the first place. Spheres are a protective barrier, keeping our realms in a bubble, such that the phlogiston and what lies within it cannot intersect it.
But
However, it is only a theory that it protects us. One we would not like to test. There are rumors, legends, that those creatures are simply asleep. That they are simply waiting for a time to awaken and feed on these spheres as simply berries plucked from a tree. Or perhaps even more disturbing yet, that these creatures are completely unaware of our existence at all. That we are so insignificant that when they take a step forward and they accidentally squash one of our spheres, that they do not even notice. We were simply in their way, in the wrong place, at the wrong time. Do you know how many ants you have killed in your lifetime?
well, me personally, I don't think any. But
You personally, maybe not.
anyone else possibly. I mean, I don't think there's many ants in the hut. At least I've not seen them, and I've only really been in the hut.
Hmm. He puts
I'm
the
sure
book
you've
back.
killed a flower or two, Eridonis.
Oh yes, flowers suck. Well, they did
Squash,
suck.
squash.
No,
Maybe one of these
I
are
don't.
very.
I didn't squash them. I froze them. There's a difference.
Ah,
Imagine the devastation if one of these godly entities had the same disposition to our
Yes.
worlds as you do to flowers. We are simply repulsive to them. They could simply wipe us away.
Yes, and Kesserask interacted with one,
It would seem so, perhaps.
which at least there's the
Is
potential.
dangerous.
Yes.
Not for him, not for us, but for all of existence. If he lures the ire of something and it wrenches its way into our world, it could have, well, irreversible consequence. Our time would eventually have run out. And you see the final hour, the actual final grain of the hourglass actually just fall into the bottom glass. There will come a time when our world, our story comes to an end.
Oh, 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 oh! England just scored.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hog. He says, but I just hope that the elements of that story endure somehow. Maybe we are utterly obliterated. Maybe the elements of this world are reverted back into the Phlistigian. But maybe they are reborn in another place, still carrying
It's
the memories, the soul.
possibly. This may be a slightly strange question, but just continuing on the topic of the crystal spheres. Obviously, there are spells like Contact Other Plane, which allow you to, for example, interact with devils in the hells, for example. Is there such a spell to get in contact with another crystal sphere? Is there a way to interact with them?
No. However, it seems as though someone can tell you more about that. In fact, actually, scratch what Tarek said. Kesserask will probably answer that. Kesserask speaks up and says, "That is exactly what I was discovering. I was on the verge of it. There was a secret behind Ladorvu's breath."
Ladorhu's breath.
I
Ah.
believe what you just asked. I believe Ladorvu's breath can answer.
Huh. I'm just gonna ask both the voice in my head now with Kesserask and Tarek out loud. What exactly is Ladorvu's breath?
Terry doesn't know. He shakes his head. I am unaware of this. I heard you mention it before, but sounds like Kesserask was investigating something.
Yes.
Where did you find this?
Actually, I don't know. I've not personally found it, so I just looked to the others.
Natasha's chambers, or some Dallas chambers.
Hmm.
It seems to be quite present there.
It sounds like something I will need to plug. I
Oh,
do not
careful
like.
now. It might be responsible for our situation. I don't know what that would change in the
Well,
timeline of the hut.
If it drove Kesserask mad, then I will take the proper precautions.
yes. I think, based on the conversation with Kesserask, it's not so much that it drove him mad. It's more by him trying to understand this, he went somewhere that
Yeah,
got
exactly.
him there. So,
Yeah.
but yes, but for now, I suppose we have a job to do. Shadow Beast Exterminators Extraordinaire.
Indeed.
And,
Void Busters.
seems I have my job as well.
Yes.
Well, one more thing, Daya. You've been pretty quiet over there. I don't know if you were curious about the comet and its implications with this whole. It seems that Daya, remember, Corellin, pardon me, said that the Baba Yaga was simply a delay or a small blip in time, but everything would come back to normal. It seemed to align with your comment. I don't know if there's anything that didn't make sense out of that, or
Oh, I actually had an idea on that based on what was being said, but yeah.
What? Okay, so
But
What idea do you have, Eridanus?
well, if this is perhaps a bit of a long stretch, but the comet and the stars were here for a little while, right? And
They were.
magic's been leaking out of here. So, if magic was leaking out of here, then perhaps it tried to, in a way, feed on the stars whilst they were here, and that's what caused the delay?
It's interesting. I had thought of the magic as something that was fueling other magic rather than leeching it. But who knows how these things interact? I don't suppose, Tarek, you know anything about what's going on with the stars, the greater planes, and the celestials?
it is more Kesserask's domain, but I can tell you that I know Baba Yaga is amassing a great deal of magic. To what end, I do not know. I will leave you with this one last statement. Let me find it. It's the one that he said before. He says, I lost it? Oh no, here it is. So yeah, he says once again, I find myself repeating myself. I simply stretch the laws of physics until they snap, whereas she twists the laws of nature until they scream.
Can they be put into place, do you think?
The laws of nature?
Mm-hmm.
Not about putting them back where they were. This is more, as I've said, something out of my wheelhouse. Nature is emotion. The Fae is emotion. Putting them somewhere back doesn't necessarily fix the problem.
It's more you have
Nature needs nurturing. It needs a tender touch. I imagine that a wizard could not fix a broken heart, for example.
I see what you mean. It would not be able to be something that could be fixed by magic or something. It would take. Well, I'm not even sure how you'd do it, but as you
A
said,
past mem
nurture.
or something.
If it's like a. If you think of the laws of nature like a garden, I suppose it's just been sort of.
Regrown.
Yes, it needs to be regrown, tended, perhaps even some bits that have been twisted out of shape and gone beyond what the point of coming back need to be cut off so that they can, like, prune so that they can come back.
He nods and says, "This hut was my garden, if you wish to use this metaphor. The hut was my design. She has adopted that. That was part of the bargain." Kind of looks down at the ground for a moment. I'm sure we've all had bargains with the witch, but mine was that I was able to research and discover something of hers and utilize it, create the hut. After which, she would be allowed to use it as she sees fit.
Mm.
She has since taken that garden and done things that I myself cannot even explain. But to revert it, all I have is half the equation. That is if you wish to revert it, or aid her in her final goal. Right now, I know that a leak is a dangerous thing for the hut, and probably to her plan. Thus you can see I'm neither furthering her plans, nor am I trying to interfere with them. I'm a neutral party in this, and I wish to stay as such.
Yes.
That's fine.
I'm also
Think-
Now,
kind of trying to keep that way myself.
if you will excuse me, I have some weeds to pull out, and I will be in Natasha's quarters if you need me anytime soon.
Understood.
Thank you for your time.
We best.
Careful in there. Just be aware there's a fake Natasha. Also strewn about. Tried to kill Elena, sorry. Just watch out for that one. It's some kind of weird vampire.
Another byproduct of the hut's strange and twisted magic.
Yes.
Thank you for the warning.
We should probably leave as well, because, you know, it's his room.
Yeah. Come on, Grizz.
What's
You first, Heather.
What's the hourglass doing when he leaves the room? Is it going back
So,
home?
good question about the hourglass. He would take that with him, actually.
Oh,
So
okay.
he is going to pick it up on its side. There we go. it starts to hover towards him, and it goes into it has like he's got like a what's it called, like a sash on the side that he holds and keeps it on. I have got an image of Terek with that kind of design in mind, but I don't want to share it because I'm saving it for another part way down the line. We'll see. But I have another image of Terek that has all of his kind of trinkets and an hourglass on him. Anyway,
Nice.
just know for now he's got this like long kind of sash around his belt that the hourglass hangs from, and it is a massive hourglass. Yes, but it hangs there nonetheless.
Mhm.
And after that, Terek begins to head up the stairs
Hmm.
and swirls. Actually, why am I saying that? He doesn't walk places. Sorry. He closes the door, whispers another password to the arcane lock, and then he is going to swirl in a whirlwind of sand before disappearing.
A nice trick.
Hmm.
Hmm.
All right. With that, we're going to go for a quick break, if
Yeah.
that's all right.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll be back in a few minutes.
Lots to absorb there.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just let it simmer and stretch your legs. Grab a drink. We'll be right back.
Yeah. How do I
Cool.
put this on? I guess I just put on the be right back screen,
Yes.
and then I'll mute the sound. live, and I think I've done that right.
Okay,
I think.
we are back live. So, after a very lengthy conversation with Terig, many questions were asked about many different subjects. Some had clearer answers than others, depending on if they were in Terig's wheelhouse or not. One of the first ones you asked was about elements. He knows that Tanner's shield is made of sensidium, which is a type of mineral that is suffused with negative energy. It is able to contain light. Dawn gave something of his divinity, perhaps? Remembering when Tanner actually forged the shield to begin with, he actually forged it with his own divinity.
I
And then
remember
he
that
got
it
that
absorbed
back.
it.
Exactly. And then he got that back when Dawn gave it and sort of like swapped it out almost. So now Dawn's sort of light is in there instead of Tanner's. And as a result, Terry came to a bit of a revelation. If you're able to contain light by surrounding it in shadow, perhaps you might just be able to contain this shadowy beast if you contain it in light. But not light that it was brought about through the weave. It is able to nullify that. You can't make a spell do the work, he's going to need to use. Tanner's going to need to use his own light, his own divinity, his own faith in that light, rather than a spell. That was the elements. Then you started to ask about the. You started to ask about Tyro and the dimensions of this place. Terrig said that he was an architect. Baba Yaga gave him the means to make the hut. How? You're not sure. You didn't ever ask how. But he said that once he was able to do that, he then handed it over to Baba Yaga. She then used the hut to her own means. And apparently she's been amassing magic in the hut. And how the hut works and how he's able to kind of create it and is all to do with the fourth dimension. And he talked about the net of a cube being unraveled. That's how we're walking around. We're kind of walking on those faces, and those faces actually interlink with one another, and that's why the hut is so very strange. It kind of doors goes onto other doors. You get what I mean? It's confusing. You asked about why couldn't you have stopped Tyro? Why couldn't you have just told him? And Terrig went on a very long tangent about how time is already set in place, and anything he said or done in that moment wouldn't have changed the ultimate outcome. And take that as you will, whether it gets Terrig off the hook or not. But he said that ultimately the takeaway was that he couldn't tell you the truth. You would have to see it for yourself. And maybe he was hinting at something like a larger picture. But he was mentioning it in reference to Tyro, in that he couldn't just tell Tyro, "Hey, this is the deal." He needed to see what kind of state the hut was in, and needed to discover it for himself and learn it through his own ways, his own methods. In the same way, a wizard always has their own cipher in their own spellbook. Anyway,
Dia is
regardless,
still not completely won over by that argument.
no,
She
you don't
still
have to
thinks
be.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Oh no, she's just. I think yeah, she's not impressed by that.
No,
She still
okay,
thinks that he could
that
have.
is fine.
Tyra might still be here if he'd shared a little bit more information
Mm,
directly. But
mm,
that's kind of her default with wizards anyway, is that they're all too secretive, and that's
yes.
not helpful.
And Terry has that impression on a lot of people. People end up actually not liking the guy because he's so neutral about everything. He hasn't really
Mhm.
shown compassion or empathy about Tyro's situation. He just says that this is the way it is, and there's nothing I could have done. It's
Yeah.
kind of like most people don't see that as an acceptable answer. Um, and I'll tell you, and with the other party, they tried to get him to help them, and he refused because, like he said, he is neither aiding nor interfering with Baba Yaga. He is simply here to do his job and see the experiment through and record its results for
And
future
don't yeah.
endeavors.
And don't think that I've forgotten about the bit where he said that the hut is just his prototype for something else, and that
Yeah.
has other plans which are bigger than this, which is not filling me with a whole
Mm,
lot of confidence.
right.
But we'll come back to that later.
But back to Baba Yaga, who's definitely the center of this story. She
Hmm.
has been amassing a magical energy. What type of magic? Feywild magic. Somehow, and you don't know quite how, she is using the hut, maybe, or whatever it is, to pull and absorb magic from the Lorithian star. You know she is the one responsible. Although it hasn't been stated yet, you've kind of come to that conclusion. Kesserask has hinted at it so heavily that it has to be her, but it's not yet confirmed. But nonetheless, the Lorithian star, when it was being leached of this magic, it slowed its progress. And as it passes through the Feywild, it was supposed to be suffused with magic. It never got that magic because it was being stolen or redirected to the hut, to Baba Yaga. What she's doing with that, you're not sure. And then there was one last question about Ladorvu's breath, the outer planes, and not just the outer planes, but the planes, the space between the spheres. He had a much more scientific approach, telling you it is made of phlestygian, which is an element that apparently is very volatile and seeks to undo and unmake anything in existence back to its base elements, not even elements. And he's not talking about the same elements as in that diagram. He's talking about like into nothingness, into this is something incomprehensible because not even he knows about it. We'll call it into dust for now. That's the only description I've got. But the phlestygian is a flammable dust, and it's apparently filled with unknowable entities, ones that perhaps even the gods are afraid of, because the gods, it's theorized, made the spheres in the first place and protected all these little planes in little bubbles. And apparently, Ladorvu's breath was a key to either contacting this outside of another sphere, or maybe it's something to do with the phlestygian itself, or maybe it's something of another planar entity. And he described from a book what one of those could be, the fears and theories behind those, and how they might not even know of our existence, or they might be a cruel entity that seeks to destroy us. It's up in the air as to what they could be, but we are, of course, talking about Elder God. And that's a whole nother ballpark and maybe a whole nother adventure. The last thing we tapped on was the Shadow Beast, and you guys were going to get back to that, trying to figure out how to contain it. But Tarek said he was going to go try and plug the hole, aka the Natasha's little work in her own quarters. So he's going to do that. Meanwhile, you've got many answers, but also a couple more questions. What did he use to make the hut? How is Baba Yaga absorbing magic? Where is the leaks? Is the Shadow Beast the leak? And lastly, what does Baba Yaga want to do with all this magic? And he gave 3 theories as well about that. 1, she's trying to access a higher plane. 2, she's using it to, I think it was ascend. I think Ember said ascend. That was your theory. Become like a more powerful being. And then the third one was she's trying to find something, potentially. We're not sure. She keeps her cards very close to her chest. So all that was made was really theories with that. Okay, hope that clears up a few things. But yeah, there you go.
So, our next move should probably be to deal with the Shadow Beast, I guess.
That does seem the most urgent.
In which case...
We still don't have much of a plan, but at least we know that we have bait and we have a weapon.
Yes. Well...
We need Tanner.
We really do.
Yes.
So...
We have the
come.
means, but not necessarily the way yet. But that's the problem.
The problem is every time it's come near us, we've been so overwhelmed and overpowered. I don't know if we're ready to be near it yet. Never mind try and contain it.
Well, the few times that it's come for me by myself, it's not been much of a match. I've managed to drive it off both times. But
right.
I can, if I draw it in, let it come for me, and then Tanner, if you can, I don't know, believe in yourself hard enough to use that divine energy to have your transformation into the new dawn or whatever you need to do to imprison this in light, then I won't die, which would be great. That's definitely net win on my point, and we will hopefully stop it.
I seem now. Perhaps you arcane folks can correct me. He seemed to be saying that that Tanner had to release the light and shape it with his radiant pure goodness. Is that kind of all we know?
Essentially what it sounds like is Tanner has a source of, for want of a better word, magic in the
Yeah.
shield, which is Dawn's light, Dawn's positive energy, Dawn's radiance, however you want to describe it. And Tanner needs to essentially channel that like a caster would when interacting with the weave, except instead of using the weave, he's using this positive energy, and the way to shape it is with his faith.
Yep.
Because the light on its own isn't good. Like the light isn't good without Tanner's own radiance.
Exactly.
His belief and in goodness and oof, yeah. All right.
Paladin.
I'm wondering. I mean, there's a few ways that I can theorize that, like, you could do it. Like, if you could channel that light and maybe form it into some sort of, I don't know, rope or bear trap or something to trap it, that might, or a cage or something.
I was thinking a sphere. I mean, maybe being influenced by the wizard
It's-
here, but
Drop it in Sin City. That's how Senra did.
Well, we need. It's not necessary. No, Sensidium traps light. We need to trap shadow, so we need.
No, but when I know, but this doesn't make sense. Told, but it's what I saw. Like that's how Senrith trapped this thing. You had Sin City and all jammed all in his body. And
Yes, but we don't know if that's what was trapping this creature, or necessarily trapping his light, perhaps, rather than. Because remember, he is
or
Twilight.
this creature is Senrith.
Yeah, so if this
we
creature.
didn't know
Like
if it was
some kind of
containing
altered
him or
Senrith.
growing from him.
Yes.
We don't
Yeah.
actually know if it was hurting him or not.
I think it
Well,
was.
I will say well remembered, Ember, for that, because it was a subtle thing and a bit of a head turner. Like what the hell?
No.
What's happening to him?
Yeah. No,
You
that's
remember
something
that?
I just remembered when that scene a while ago.
It's.
I wondered about those black crystals for a while, then finally today I kind of put it together. Oh, it's Sensidian.
Based on what you've described, it almost seems like perhaps. I mean, this is perhaps a stretch of the imagination, but if in order to channel this light, in order to trap shadow, you need positivity and positive energy. If Senrith was in such a negative sort of frame of mind, perhaps due to his immense power, being an embodiment of Twilight, perhaps his negative energy
Not why he.
his negativity
Negative.
was enough to produce the Sensidium, almost to try to consume his own light, perhaps.
I think it's because he hurt. Tasha deceived him, used him
Yes,
to take the fall so she could escape the hut. I think
exactly. But
she pulled a fast one on some.
yes, so
and
that
pissed
negative
off about it.
emotion, perhaps
It's like a Feywild kind of.
yes. So
emotion.
that negativity in a place that is so powered by the Fae and powered by emotions has perhaps caused him to almost produce Sensidium, make that negativity into a physical manifestation.
Yeah.
You up
Well,
against your mic?
we gotta make him.
Huh?
Is your mic up? Sorry, Derek, you're just a bit quiet for me also. I think I
Sorry.
fixed it. No,
Am
no,
I
you're
good?
good. Yeah, you are
Um,
fine.
So, James, sorry, because you're a bit better at this kind of stuff than me, so just bear with me because I'm
Yeah.
clearly not understanding things as well as you. I think that we have to then get Senrith back. Like this guy's died multiple times. How do we bring him back?
Well,
Like when I went to talk to Natasha, she's like, it's not the first time he's done
yeah.
this, or this is
Well,
a repeat occurrence.
then I think perhaps the black crystals are the clue there. If the black crystals grew from him, if we take that theory of they grew from him or due to his negativity, and they essentially consumed his light, which is what made him into this beast of pure darkness, essentially
Void,
pure
yeah.
negative energy.
Yeah,
Then,
that's the good term. Negative energy. I like.
then if you were able to do something similar but in reverse, so you managed to using this
Create.
radiant and this positive energy, were able to create something. Perhaps you could trap those parts of negativity in order to allow his own light to shine again. Because what it seems like is almost this shadow beast is almost like a, for want of a better word, like a gaseous form of Sensidium, and it's that's trapping Twilight's light. And excuse me, zombie, I just saw go past.
Oh fuck! More Gerolfian zombies.
I saw that.
You saw that too?
Yeah,
Oh, definitely a zombie.
yeah, one of the crawling ones. Well, that's a distraction. I don't know if that's the fates trying to distract us or. But either way, I think the only way to bring back Senrith to defeat this Shadow Beast is to somehow, and this is on you, Tanner, I'm afraid, to use that energy and your own positive energy in order to restrain and contain that darkness, in order to allow the light that is Twilight to shine, to bring the balance. I would imagine, based because he's Twilight, he's always been on the brink between the two anyway. And there are a lot more zombies. I just saw, like, we're going to have to deal with that, aren't we? Or people are going to die.
What zombies? Where?
There were zombies in this room. Where'd they go?
They went through that door.
There's a door
Where are
up
you going,
here.
Adonis?
I
There
saw
is a
zombies.
door there.
Not this again.
I'm just going to tweak open the door slightly and see what I see. Because there's not an actual
Okay.
door symbol.
No, there isn't, but there is a door there nonetheless. So what this door goes to is... okay, found it. It goes back to this room over here, if it's actually visible.
No.
Nope.
There was
Okay,
just
let me drag
darkness.
down. Let me just...
It says
There was
Yeah,
a little bit of writing there for a moment when you hovered over it, Derek, I think. But...
that was probably me. That room.
Right. I vaguely recognise this room. I don't remember where any of it leads. So
where'd we
Pete-
come in from?
we
That door
came.
here.
Yeah, so we came in through here, which is weird because it was to the south. So
I know
When-
it is a bit weird,
when-
but
when-
that will work.
yeah, when I peek in, can I see the zombies, or do they seem to have gone further?
You can see them because they are shambling and slow, and they are meandering to that south room, aka the Bone Museum.
Looks like they're going to the Bone Museum. That honestly seems a weirdly appropriate place for undead. But do you guys want to go deal with that, or I don't know?
Hey, zombies, where you going?
They are going over to places and collecting bones by the
Why don't we
looks.
just see what happens here, Adonis? This might be interesting.
Well, if they're collecting bones for someone, and I'm worried about what they're collecting bones for.
You don't seem to be bothered by us. Hey, guys, what's going on? What are you?
Oh, they start lifting up
Ah!
the skulls, and they start to try and make up for them. They're very slow at doing so.
I don't think the keeper of this
Oh, I like
He
this.
lifts up the entire thing. Pretty impressive. Uh,
Damn.
They're going to say two of these are probably manhandling this thing. This crawling one takes this skeletal thing off the table, starts dragging it away.
I'm gonna follow it. I'm just gonna follow the zombies where they go. See where they go.
Yeah, I'm also curious to know where they go.
I don't care about this stuff, this museum or whatever. It's
Though
not
I'm really curious about this giant beholder.
Yeah, it was there a while ago. It's pretty scary.
Huh.
As
should
it
just
It's
happens,
part of a
actually,
secret puzzle that we solved. Its eye ended up opening a secret door back here with some skulls.
speaking of which,
Ah.
as you come over to that eye, there is more than one zombie in here. Oh, a flash gun. Um,
Oh, hi
that's
there.
weird. That's a weird token. Oh well, I'll use that one for now. So there is actually a very large golem. It should be bigger than this. This big. And he is hefting the entire skull, like pulling it. You can see the strings like ting, 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 pinging off, and he is wrenching it down, and he is now carrying the skull. Ugh.
Looks like Dr. Gerolf is collecting some materials. I wonder why, Grizz?
Yes, this
Um,
is.
But he said he wanted to talk to me a while ago, and I forgot to.
Well, maybe we can see what this is all about.
Well, if an undead creator is collecting bones, and he's probably trying to create an undead out of the bones. Be my guess. Build something. Or maybe he needs bone dust for some spell, or but then again, these seem to be not necessarily magical created zombies. There's like an electricity when we killed them, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
he's
his
doing like
signature.
what he did with the rats and taking the available vessels and giving them brains.
Yes.
I'm not sure I want a bunch of skeletal zombie sharks roaming around.
No,
Um,
or
I
whatever,
wouldn't
or
worry
whatever,
about it,
or
Daya.
or whatever this thing is. That sounds like that would be a. I mean, I mean, there's a skeletal dragon down here. I really don't want to fight that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
I'm
see.
too tired, guys. I don't know if I.
Or a
Do we
Yeah,
want to
skeletal
just
beholder.
fight these zombies? Do we want to? We'll follow them.
I don't want to fight these zombies. They're a waste of time. Let's follow them.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see
let's
where they
follow
go. And if they go somewhere we don't like, then we'll annihilate them.
them.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
As long
if
as the
you
zombies
begin-
aren't attacking us or attacking anyone else, I say we
Okay.
leave off.
follow them, you're going to go to another layer. I'm just going to. What happened to Eridan?
I'm here.
Oh, he's there. Who am I missing? Chris?
Grizz. He's up in the
He's
room
over-
above.
Alright. You begin following these zomboids all the way down to the vault.
Makes sense.
And as you get to there, you hear a lot of moaning, shambling. There are dozens of zombies down here, more than you've ever seen. In fact, this would rival some like actual undead invasions in some places. And as you're approaching, trying to see where these guys are going, they do start to form like effectively a wall of flesh between you and the entrance. So let me just drag you over.
I can
Oh.
take care of this if we need to, but that would probably put us and Dr. Gerolf on bad terms.
Well, I've already taken out some of his zombies, so.
Yeah, but,
But then why were those zombies after the girl? Because they wouldn't have been after Agatha.
Was there bones in there?
Maybe they wanted the girl's bones or her brain or something.
The girl was cursed, right?
Well,
kind
she
of
was
curse.
poisoned.
No, I know, but when I rewatched, there was some mention of her being cursed.
Well, I think the woman that Agatha was pretending to be said there was a curse she came under, but then that turned out to be a lie and it was just poison. I might have missed something.
that was my impression as well. That she was poisoning her to keep her.
No, Cam even used like divine sense on her because he thought that there was something wrong with her. He thought
Yeah.
she was a vampire as
Yeah,
well.
that's because she was struggling to eat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But that could, again, be caused by the fact that she had been in a state of a virtual coma for a while, and so her stomach and stuff hadn't been working properly for that time. It's like, if
Okay.
you... Possibly. Though there could be more to it. There could be more to it for definite. I don't know.
Okay. Then, what do we get? There we go. All right. I've activated the scene.
Yeah, I'm just
If we're not
waiting.
on it, then
Loading
every...
7 to 18,
I'm at about
Okay, good.
52%.
40.
Alrighty. Cool. That gives me a moment to set something up then.
Yeah. For those at home, enjoy this lovely black screen. It's quite, it's a good shade of black. It's possibly not the blackest black, but, you know, that's...
Really depends on your monitor.
Yeah, and even so, I don't think... I mean, I don't know. Can you visibly display on a monitor violent to black?
Plasma screen
No.
do it pretty well, but
Yeah.
yeah. Like true black, no, it's impossible.
Yeah. And
Which it's kind of funny and ironically kind of like our campaign. There's a tie in there, like true void or whatever. Like,
yeah, that's true.
nothingness. It's the same concept, right? You can't display black because there's no light. You can't display
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's... And even if we could display the black as black, I don't think legally would be allowed to, because otherwise we'd annoy Anish Kapoor. I think that was his
I was
name.
gonna say it's copyrighted.
Yeah, the blackest
What the hell
black...
are you talking about?
There's a shade of black that is copyrighted.
You're talking about Vanderblack.
Yeah, it's the blackest shade of
What?
black that can be made, and the only person who's allowed to use it is a guy called Anish Kapoor.
How
Blacker
can
than
you
the black.
copyright a color?
Yeah,
Times infinity.
yeah, and so another person created the pinkest pink.
Lol.
And,
Anyway,
Whatever.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, back
whatever.
on topic.
Stupid.
It's really stupid, but it's hilarious when you go into it.
I'm loaded in. I'm standing
Yeah.
beside Agatha here by the.
Where am I?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm in the bedrooms, the guest chambers.
Okay, let me just grab you a little bit.
No, no, no.
Here we go. Grab you. Let's move you. So, effectively, the point at which you kind of get stopped is the menagerie heading into the vault. So I'm just gonna be able to share for now. Here is when you start to see the increase of zombies. They are meandering and wandering everywhere. And what else do we note?
Can I
Some of the
go in?
zombies are up against the magical barrier here, trying to get into where the Triceratops is as well. There's like a collection of them in the menagerie itself. They're trying to get in that right over there.
Chris,
Yes.
while we're passing through here, can I get into the cage here, to Senator's cage? And just
Yeah.
inspect these remaining
Yeah.
for, does it look like Syncytian, these floor?
Okay. As it happens, you are able to get in here because this magical barrier was never put back up.
Yeah,
If you want to go in, go in.
I go in. And I'm just gonna have a quick pick one of them up and kind of look at it and see if it looks anything like the Syncytian that I used to make Tanner sheet.
They are cold to the touch, almost like they're absorbing the heat from your hand, and even some aspect the color. But yes, these indeed do seem to match the same material as Tanner's shield.
Take this with us, Tanner. We might need these.
I'll gather four of them up, kind of just wrap them in some rope, cut off about 5 feet of my rope, tie it up, and bundle them. And,
Okay.
Grizz, if you don't mind, actually, into the bag of holding. I think best for this. We don't want these. Look, it's already sucking my flame. This is terrible
Do you
material.
Okay.
If they're sucking in your well, I suppose they're sucking the light from your flame. I was just thinking, if they're soaking in your flame, which is slightly magical, do you want to put them in a magical bag? Well, if you just remove the magic from the bag, but...
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I just hold them. I got plenty of hair.
All right, you hold on to them, Grizz. No problem.
He does have like a sash that he used to hold javelins with. So he just sticks them in there.
Though now I'm kind of curious, if you managed to somehow shape the sensitium into a weapon and you attacked an angel with it...
Great way to invade Elysium, I would think.
Or Mount Celestia or any of those sort of places.
Absolutely.
Huh.
Right, Tanner?
All right.
I also did ask Tanner what they would do, and his words were smite them.
The zombies.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, then, it's at this point you see them. They're about to get past their little barricade. If you want to stop them now, now's your chance, because it looks like they're about to go into zombie land, and you're either taking them on here, or you're taking them on every. Well, I'll put these guys down. There we go. This one.
Do we
Yeah,
need to,
okay.
like, aren't like zombies beneath us? We need to kill zombies? I'll kill them if you want.
Well,
sure. If Tanner attacks them, I'll attack them. Like, I'm not gonna
yeah, I was thinking, to be honest, at this point, they're zombies. Tanner would just
care about.
get sort of in the middle of them, channel divinity, destroy undead. That's what I'd do.
Okay.
Just cleaning up the vermin, right? Like it's not so much a fight as a
Yeah.
public service.
Putting down a wounded puppy.
Yeah, and it's also, if they're stealing, then destroying them is justified.
Well,
They have got a crap ton of bones from the Bone Museum,
Yeah,
and one flesh column is literally carrying a giant beholder skull.
yeah, I really don't like the thought of what they're going to do with them. Like, the normal bones, meh. The beholder skull, that's sort of terrifying.
you call the shot, James.
Yeah,
I'm still curious what's going on here.
The thing is, I don't know
If
Tanner
Cam
well.
ordered an attack, then Tanner would attack.
he was like, they're undead, so smite them. And if it's in a stealing way, then it's justified.
Like he texted you that?
Yeah.
All right, then it happens. I guess I will. Seeing Tanner take this action, I will start the flames in my hand.
Okay,
Prepare
that
to
is
destroy them.
it's fine. We can do that, but let's roll for initiative.
All right.
This.
You know what you're doing, Tanner?
Do you want me to roll for Tanner and Grizz?
Yes, please.
Our initiatives are not great for any of us.
I mean, they don't know that we're attacking, so I don't think we have to worry about attacking us right now. They're just gonna keep on walking.
The only worrying item is the
They
flesh.
did all roll higher than us, though.
Yeah,
Not
but
good.
they don't know what we're doing. They're stupid.
Oh, is
Well,
Grizz at the level
the
where he
idea is-
gets advantage on initiative, or is that next level?
As soon as you declare an offensive action, initiative is called because it's like a
Oh,
quick
okay, I
roll.
got it. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. 'Cause
So
they're turning.
He
Like
draws
they
his
see.
weapon, he
Yeah.
coats it in holy aura, and it begins rushing towards it, about to strike it.
Got
And
it.
that's
Yeah.
when the zombies react. They see this happening. They drop the bones and turn to face you. And that's how that kind of plays out. All right. So this zombie is up first down here. This one doesn't have a clue, though, so I'm not going to have him do anything yet. He's just chilling. The next one is the flesh golem. He drops the beholder skull. A noise cracks on the ground behind its weight, and it starts to rush forward, stomping its way past his companion. And yeah, it's going to immediately... I'm going to position you guys in the way that makes sense. Tanner's up first. Grizz is here, just to give you a bit of edge, because I copy pasted you and you didn't move. So I'm just gonna
Just have Tanner in front of
assume
me.
this is what it looks like as you guys are chasing them. So Tanner roars, runs forward. He's gonna take the brunt. So Tanner, take 2 slams, my friend. Whack whack.
Both miss.
Oh, I'm missing. Yep, he's ready. He's got a shield up, and he manages to weather the 2 blows. Ugh! He kind of like pushes them away and
This is
steadies
huge,
himself.
Tanner.
God, that thing's heavy.
What are you doing?
Okay. Yeah, the zombie drops the weird Minotaur skull. Rushes forward into his square here. Go for his attack. Wow, they're not getting through Tanner. Okay. Another one. This one's up against Grizz. Get to go for him. And then die. You would be up. Ooh,
Oh,
Mrs.
okay.
Grizz too. Wow. Wait, am I using the wrong stat block? Yeah, I'm using the wrong. These are supposed to be the empowered ones. I've got plus a little bit more. Where is he? Oh, it's because he's hidden under here. Okay, so he should have plus 10 to hit. So that zombie is a hit on Grizz. And that's also a hit on Tanner's. With the 2 zombies, the smaller ones. I'm just going to roll some damage and do that. Meanwhile, Tanner, you can take your turn while I do that.
Right. Yep. I'm going to. Can I move up in this space here, kind of between these guys?
Yeah, you can hit the one right in between.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna whack him.
Okay, alright.
Not anticipating a whole lot of problems here. Oh, I should probably target him first.
Get some.
Right. Fuck. Alright. 18 to hit for 8 damage.
Okay. Bludgeoning.
And
That
I
is a
guess-
solid hit.
Is he still up?
He is.
Let's do it again. Oof.
Oh, God. Still alive? These guys take a pummeling.
Okay. 2 unarmed strikes then. Wow.
Okay. That first one needs to roll this. And fails. Okay. I believe he fails.
Okay. Yep.
You gotta roll a 10 or higher. So, one of the punches knocks him clean out, falling down. You can see that his head, as it's blasted off, you see that there's some kind of like circuitry or wire where his spine should be. It's like an exposed cable, and it sparks and erupts and explodes the rest of his body. So I need Tanner, Grizz, Dyer to make me deck saves. You can do Tanner's for me, I'll do Grizz.
Okay,
Got a
dex save.
15.
Okay, 15 will.
Tanner's is technically a 9, so it fails regardless, because even with shield... Oh, wait, no. Can add your shield's AC bonus 20 dex saving throw.
It's a dex saving throw. I get to use evasion on this.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just... how much AC is he getting from his shield? Is it plus...
3.
Okay, so and then he gets 3 from his divinity, so his is actually a 12.
That is still unfortunately a fail. But a 15 to pass and die, you're able to quickly leap backwards from the creature as it explodes. And it just shot Grizz and Tanner instead. Let me just do that.
Grizz has advantage, doesn't he?
Yes, he does actually. Danger sense. Still a fail.
But, well,
Wait,
he also gets a
what's
+3
happening?
from Tanner, so it'd be a 15.
Okay, that turns it into a pass then. Tanner takes 7.
Yep.
Alright.
Can
That's
I
gonna end your turn, Dyer.
yeah, can I move through these guys
Y-
like all the way over here?
You can move into that space, but the flesh golem and the next one is forming like a wall.
Okay. I just want to move so that I'm not blocking everyone else.
No, I don't think you would be.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move to the side here.
Okay, Ember, you're up.
Oops.
All right, I will target this one here. Target. Don't work. Mainly. There we go. And hit it with a firebolt. Wham! 12
Nice.
points of damage. I will
Solid
not
hit.
target myself. Sorry. And then select. Move back 5, 10, 15, 20. And that's good.
Alright. Skin starts sizzling. Blisters on its body start popping from the heat. But it is still standing. Iridana.
Alright, so
Maybe you
Adonis
can-
is going to move just back 5. He is going to activate his starry form, and he's going to take the form of the archer.
Okay.
Okay, apparently I haven't... Yeah, so... and then for his which is his bonus action, but as part of that he also gets to hurl off what I've called Nissa's arrow, so hopefully this works.
Ooh, that was a hit.
Yep,
Um,
I've set that up right.
as a bonus action, that's not bad damage. So,
Yep.
Undead Fortitude, DC's 5 plus the damage
Well,
taken.
isn't Nissa's, unless they function differently, isn't that cancelled out by when it's raging damage?
No.
Ah, okay. Different to normal.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fair.
That is 5 plus 10, DC 15. He is struck down nonetheless. The radiant bolt flings through him, and as he looks down, there's a hole in his chest which suddenly sparks up and blows up. Once again, another dex save from Dyer and Grizz.
Ooh, 21 easily.
Nice. And Grizz. That's that.
Just checking, I've now set that up
Yeah,
right.
he passes. He takes half of this. 5.
Range spell attack, wisdom attack and bonus.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's not in my proficiency bonus, on which it should be, I think.
Alright,
Yeah.
that one's dead.
If it's a ranged spell attack, that should be basically my wisdom modifier plus my proficiency, right? Just
Yes.
for future. And then for my action, because I haven't done my action yet, I am going to target the flesh golem.
Okay.
And let's hit him with the good old guiding bolt. There we go.
That's it. Yeah. Can't miss him. He's this big lumbering mound of flesh. As the light radiant strikes him, it sears and turns some of his flesh to dust.
And now he's glowing.
Okay. Tanner's up.
Now Tanner's got a big glowing target in front of him. I assume he would go for the big glowing target in front of him.
Yeah. Crit, maybe. Got advantage.
Yeah, do you want me to roll that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, I'm Tanner for today. Fun. With his long sword, it's shift for advantage, or is it control?
Shift. Ooh.
So
Well.
close.
Oh,
Right, I don't think he'd divine smite on that because he gets 2 attacks, so... Well then, Try again. And what's his spells? And then why not? We'll do a first level. Does it count as undead?
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
checking.
Wait, no, he's a construct, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right to ask that. Flesh golems are constructs.
Okay.
And as he pulls his weapon free, he notices the stitching in the arms kind of come loose.
That second attack shouldn't mean an advantage, thinking about it. Because it's only on the next attack, not both. But, yeah. Pretty sure Ace...
Yeah, I know, right? In addition to that, you also see there is some sort of like viscous, yellowy, pussy liquid that like oozes out of his wound. Where there should be blood, there is instead this kind of jelly, like yellow substance. And as it slops out, you see zaps and sparks of electricity over it.
Yep.
It's all kinds of messed up. Yeah, that's gonna end his turn, I think.
Yeah. I don't think you can do anything as a bonus. Or there are a couple of things, but they don't feel very Tannerish to use.
This one moves up. It's gonna try and attack Dyer. And even though it's crawling across the floor, it moves with incredible speed. It's almost as if it's got an electric surge forward.
Shield protection thing on Dyer?
He can be sentinel.
Well,
if that's what you mean.
No, it was the protection thing which causes disadvantage, right? He can do that with his shield because she's within 10 feet and his shield can do within 10 feet. You know, the...
Yeah, I know what it is. I didn't know which feature he has. Oh, yeah, it's got flying star protection. Yep, okay.
Yep. So,
sure, I can make it. I'll re-roll it.
Yeah. Yeah, he uses it all the time, so...
Oh, I'll turn it into a miss. I hate to do that. Alright. Although it surges forward, it's like Tanner rushes in and just kicks the thing and just like sends it back. It does say 5 feet, but I guess does he have to be in 5 feet of the creature? Or
no, but remember, because his shield is floating, because I'm pretty sure this has come up before, it's within 10 feet, right?
Yeah, we've given the shield an extra bonus. It has a 10 feet protection style.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a pretty good shield, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the bottom of the round is Grizz. And you can hear moans and shambling coming down the vault. Seems more are on their way. Grizz is going to try and have his luck at the flesh stone. We're not raging yet.
But you also were targeting Dyer, apparently.
Maybe I was. Maybe I was.
But you crit on the first one.
Yeah, that's a crit. Straight away, barbarians critting. I think critting with barbarians a lot recently, haven't I? Jeez.
Yes, you have.
Okay, we don't have brutal critical yet. We do have this though. Oh no, don't click that link. I keep wanting to... Anyway, I don't know what that is. Let's not look at it. Anyway, it is a huge hit as he cleaves down that arm that was being severed slightly. This time, fully lops it off, and it like slams into the side of his ribs, and you hear a crunch followed by a squelch noise as he pulls the axe out. More of this electrified gelatin is like spilling out. Okay, that's a good hit. Grizz is gonna go wind up for the second one, and that hits again as well. Flipping hell, how much health Grizz has got left? You've seen Grizz fell like beast monsters and aberrations. This thing is still standing. This mountain of stitched flesh, somehow still alive.
But I do find it hilarious that he only did 1 more damage with the crit.
Yeah, no. Okay.
That just feels so bad when that happens.
Alright. It is the flesh column too. Okay. I think Grizz is now the threat. Yep, you're gonna go for him. Everyone gets slammed. Okay. That's a miss. Oof. The first one is a good hit. A chunk of health, as it probably dislocates his shoulder. Ah! Chris falls back. Oh! Pops it back in. Ow! Very ow. Okay. It is Dyer's go.
What is Dyer going to do?
So she's targeting?
Yeah, he's still alive, right?
Yeah. He hasn't been
Okay.
hit.
All right, I'm gonna whack him, cause ouchie. Ooh, that's bad.
That's a miss. Ooh,
Try it again.
that's a hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
You're not used to fighting targets that are literally fully prone.
no.
Almost as if he's not prone, because when you try to strike him, he veers out of the way like a serpent.
Okay, and 2 unarmed strikes again.
Oh, there it is. There's a crit. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I rolled 3 times.
That's fine. You hit him
Whatever.
and killed him on the
Okay.
crit anyway, I think. But I gotta roll his hunted fortune. 15. You crit for?
So, again.
Damage is radiant or from,
Crit.
or
It
from a
looks like you
critical
crit for
hit.
13.
Yeah, but again, literally because it's displayed there, doesn't
Oh,
a crit cancel
yeah, I
it?
know it is from an actual crit. Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, and
Okay,
then
that
I'm gonna
one
move
will
over to.
punch him into the ground. He's going to explode again. This one,
Okay,
lightning
so I
damage again.
Yep,
Yeah.
deck save.
Quick deck save for me.
11.
You were within 10 feet of Tanner, so that's a 14.
14, just barely a fail.
Ooh.
You take half because of
I still
evasion.
only take half. Yeah.
Take 6 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And that's for Grizz.
His is a 16.
Okay, that's. You can take 6.
Is six
Alright,
six
and
halved,
as a
or is
result,
that 6 total?
6 half. That is the half.
That is the half. Okay.
As it erupts, you see the electricity surge into the body of the flesh golem. It seems to be affected by it in a positive way, as its health is somewhat magically restored
Oh
through
no.
this lightning. He
Yeah.
takes 11 points of healing.
Hmm.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Combo.
gonna I move over to flank the flesh golem, so hopefully that will give some advantage to my teammates.
Probably will. Placed him correctly on the grid. He wasn't. There we go. That's better. Okay. Alright, yeah. It seems like whatever that strange gelatin is, it's highly conductive, and the electricity kind of runs up into it. Imagine every sort of blood vessel in his body, we call it blood, is now being surged with this electricity. And it seems to make him, sort of speed up. His motions aren't as lumbering. Ember, you might be able to put him down before he has a chance to get another hit.
What, the flesh column?
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm also hearing some nonsense over here, right? Or these four, they seem to be.
They were trying to
They
get into into this chamber, but they are turning at this point slowly to see what's going on.
All right, so I will target the flesh column for now then. Go like that, clicky clicky, and oh, that's a good one.
Oh
Very
boy.
good one.
19. Hit 19. Not like this. Oh, you just did enough. That was incredible. The aversion to fire is also evident as you see him flail around backwards, it burns away all the stitching between his limbs, and his arms fall away like a marionette just losing his strings.
Awesome. I like it.
Aerodonis,
Where's
look out! Up there!
5,
Yep.
10, 15, 20. I'll stay. That's a good spot. It's still up or it died?
It did. Oh yeah, it
Not
did.
died, but it was destroyed as the construct. Okay. All right.
Very just
Right.
Look out, Chris! We got more up here!
There's more down here.
There's more up here and more down here. That's what you like to hear when there's a zombie fight going on. Okay, Eridanus. Indeed, they have just joined the fray. They start lumbering towards you.
Why? There were 4 up here, right? Why have my vision?
There are
I
4.
can no longer see the other 2.
No, there should be 4.
But I'm only seeing 2 now for some reason.
Oh,
Like-
really?
Sorry, I'm just gonna quickly move all the way up here. Nope, it's just my vision apparently.
Okay.
Let me just undo my. Oh, seriously, Control
Well,
C doesn't work. Oh, there we
That's
go.
because you moved to zombie. How the heck did you zombie?
I moved to zombie.
You did. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, firstly, I'm gonna target this one, and we're gonna give him the old, good old bonus action, Radiant Bolt of thing,
Mhm.
just because. And then for my action, let's. What am I? Okay, apparently I'm concentrating on something, but I don't know what. Yes.
Not on my screen, you aren't.
Okay. I'm now. Oh no. Why? Why have you done that again, game? I wanted to put down a
froze.
measured No, I tried to put down a measured template and it did the art disappearing thing again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm gonna just try that
Oh, I got
again.
rid of that.
I thought you had as well, so I'm...
I literally deleted the module.
Okay, yeah, it's doing that for me for some reason, so I will but essentially I'm trying to put a moonbeam over these 2.
Okay. I don't know why that's doing that. I literally deleted Hot Seat Observer, so...
Yeah, I might try refreshing in a minute, but
yeah, okay. So you're putting a moonbeam over
those 2,
back 2 or the
the front
okay.
2.
Okay, got it.
So at the start of their turn, they'll have to make a con save, or they take 2d10 radiant damage.
No problem. I'm gonna knock it off. Your spell.
Yeah, I took the slot, I just couldn't put the template down for some reason.
Okay, I'll try it. Wow, even that would be fast.
Yeah. To fix it, if you click the measurement controls, then the cross, that at least restores your... Yeah, like I can no longer... Like, it seemed I can no longer click on the measurement controls and do anything with them.
Alright, no worries. I'll have to troubleshoot that later.
Yeah.
Even though I did delete the module, that wasn't a problem. That hides back. So that zombie coming through the door dire charges forward, tries to take a swing at you.
Okay.
See what I get. Just need to make sure I got the right zombie. Zombie. I'm gonna need a refresh as well, I think. Okay. Got 19 and somehow missed. Crazy.
19 misses.
Yeah, your AT's now up. That. What's it called? Iron Center Protection, right?
I don't know. I think I'm out of range of Tanner's protection now, but I still have a 20 AC.
I'm saying you have an Iron Stone.
I do, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, one. Okay. Speaking of, That's floating. That should be floating around your head, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There it is.
Haha,
Oh, cool.
nice. Chris and his
Chris has one as
effects.
well, doesn't he?
Nice effect.
He has 9 son of absorption, which he will throw up. There we go. I forgot about those little tricks. Okay. So the first attack is a miss. The next zombie is Tanner. Tanner is now a zombie. He can
Right.
charge over the flesh golem's body
Yep. And
up to
then
this thing.
yeah, so it's this one, right? Is the zombie that's on next threat?
Maybe this one.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna have to refresh, which is annoying because I'm the one doing the stream. But
I can do Tanner there.
yeah, I
In the
can't
meantime.
see that zombie, so I will
Alrighty.
refresh. Which I think is just
No problem.
apologies, viewers.
I mean, he can't really miss.
And because it's an undead, and that one's not taken any damage yet, right?
No,
First level divine smite, I guess.
he probably doesn't need to because that thing
Oh.
just died.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. Yep, he just cleaves it down, no problem.
excellent.
Okay.
And then if there's any more that he can move to, because he only used like 5-10 foot of his movement, probably move to those and cut another one down.
He can. No, he used both attacks
Oh, did
to
he?
make that happen.
Oh, okay.
Grizz is going to go for the next one, though, and backs him up. With them side by side, cleaving down zombies in one fell swoop. Wow, was that a one shot? Nope, nearly a one shot. I needed one more damage. Reckless again. Did I really just roll a 4-4? That's amazing. Why did I even do Great Weapon Master? That was stupid of me. Oh well. I mean, that's Grizz. Grizz is gonna turn around, try to get some payback on Grizz there for nearly one-shotting him, because that was ridiculous. And at the top of the round, there are more. Come back to them in a second. Hey, there we go. Chris takes 3. The zombie here, as it erupts and explodes, I do need another deck save from Tanner Dyer.
Okay, features
14.
deck save. Wow, Tanner. Wow.
I'm gonna reload myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload again and I know I've just reloaded, but there was stuff that you were saying which I wasn't seeing, like Grizz moving and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of messed up.
And
If I'm within 10 feet of Tanner, do I get his +3?
yes.
Okay, so then I pass.
Yep.
Get a 17.
Okay, cool.
The
Cool.
glory
No
of the
damage.
aura of protection.
So glorious. Just
And Tanner rolls a 3 and 2.
Remember, wherever you go, always make sure you keep that aura of protection handy.
Never leave house. Yeah. Okay. So the top, this zombie comes forward, and Tanner looks down the corridor and says, oh, okay, we have a lot more zombies than what I thought. And it looks like even Patchwork is free. We might need to fall back from here, but I'll let you decide when we clean up the rest of these things first. But just letting you know, there's a lot of zombies through there.
oh, fantastic.
Okay.
Well, I'm up for a fight, but I don't. What's Patchwork again?
Patchwork is another flesh golem, which was inside the vault itself. So you just killed one
Oh.
flesh golem, and
Yeah.
Tanner and Grizz are pretty battered, by the way. Even despite you are killing these things very swiftly, it's a battle of attrition at the end of the day when you're fighting zombies.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
then
Ember,
this one,
Eridonis, get down here.
there's more up top that we're dealing with. So, but Ember, if you want to go help them, I can probably deal with these four.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll take the ones down here. I'll take the lead on this.
Yep, especially when they got huge +10s to hit. They somehow
that's
again surge forward.
That is a
It's just-
ridiculous.
It is, yeah. Specifically, they feel like normal zombies, but they have this extra spark about them that their attacks are so much quicker and so much harder to dodge. That when they go to strike, it's like they can be shambling one moment, and then suddenly they're like lightning punching a next. And you even see them; they're not like they're kind of like jittering and like twitching every now and again from these sparks. But yeah, that's going to end its go. It does get one hit, and that's okay. Next one. Where the hell are they? They're not even on the turn order. That's okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. It's going to dash. Gets to about there.
Yep.
And Dire, it's your go.
Alrighty. So we only have the one in front of us right now, right?
Oh, wait,
Just
no,
this
no.
guy. He's the only one.
Yeah, there should be 2 in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
there's
wanna roll
one
down
here
a
as
moonbeam?
well. Oh yeah, moonbeam. Yep, I'll do that. I don't know why that rolled as Varen.
Sorry. What's
Yeah.
going on? Honestly.
Yeah. Oops. I'm
How
going
much
to move
damage?
up a
11.
little bit. There we go.
Try to do nice things. Module just screws.
Can hit this one for 12,
Okay.
and then for 13. And is he still up? He's still up.
It is still up, yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait,
let's...
this one behind Tanner, sorry, no it's not. My bad. You did get it on the last hit. So you can redirect that
Okay.
punch to the one above you if you want.
Oh, yes, please. I would like to do that. If
Okay.
I can.
That will potentially knock out both. Gonna do an undead fortune. That was the first one, 13, 13. Yeah, that's dead.
17.
Second
Okay, I
one.
get another one.
16. So that was 11 damage plus 5. Makes it. So the one above you is still alive.
Okay. I guess that's fine. I'll. Would it be helpful if I moved out of the way, or should I stay where I am?
That is up to you.
Yeah, I'll move behind it so that I'm flanking, and I'll stay there.
Oh, it should be this one that's alive.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
That's the other way around.
Right.
Either
Sorry,
way,
I'll
one of
move,
them's alive, one of
I'll
them's
move
dead.
behind it so I'm circling around it to kind of give the others an space to hit.
Okay, cool. Takes damage from the moonbeam, but does shuffle forward.
Excellent.
And Ember, you're up.
Sorry, they've done exactly what I wanted them to do, so that's fine.
Alright, Eridonis. Alright, they're all yours!
Yep.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't see nothing. Nothing's still alive or not?
There's one zombie on 1 hit point.
Ugh, that thing's gonna spark all 3 of them if it blows.
So did the other one, actually. But
Maybe it was
Yeah, the one
faulty
you
and
just
didn't
killed.
explode.
oh my god, Tanner, seriously.
Yeah, even with his +6 that he has on dex saves.
I need you to make a dex save as well, Dara, please.
What happened?
Oh, that was the one that Tanner killed.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
Dara killed on her turn, I forgot about.
Okay.
Dude,
Okay, Dara, you
23.
take no damage. Tanner takes 7.
I could do this all day.
Okay.
You're sure you're good, James?
Yep.
Okay. I will
think you
firebolt
got it.
this one between Grizz, Tanner, and Daya.
Okay.
Target, kaboom. And the old firebolt, trusty firebolt. Go, go, go. For 9 damage.
I'll roll
Okay,
10 as
9 damage.
dex save.
It fails.
Tanner, you suck.
Every time one of these detonates, the sparks are withering and wearing down Tanner. He can't take much more of this.
Get out of there, Tanner!
Grizz also takes this time.
Let us kill him from distance.
He's not having fun
Reed,
in
back
there.
off if you're hurting.
Thankfully, only 2 damage. That was it. That was the lowest roll I could have done. Tingles, but I'm okay. He points to the south. You can see what I mean, Dyer? There's a lot more of them.
Yeah, let me get down
Yeah.
there, guys. Let me get down there.
Right.
We got this. They're easy to hit. Just back up and heal some, huh?
Okay. So, Eridanus.
Right, so for my action, I'm going to bring my moonbeam down to put it on top of these 3.
Okay. That roll damage for your moonbeam? Very nice. What's your DC?
My DC is probably not as high as 17, I'm almost certain of that. My DC is 16.
16? Okay.
Yep.
So 2 of them pass. 1 of them fails.
Yep.
And I'll get onto that in a second when it comes around to them. First,
Right, for my bonus action, because I haven't done that yet, I will target this one, because it's the one that didn't get into my thing, and give it the whole Radiant Arrow. And
that looks like it was a good hit.
and then I will
Shoots through it, sparks
to
momentarily,
here,
keeps on pushing forward.
essentially trying to function as a human shield.
What are you doing here, Adonis? Get them away from me! Don't bring them over here!
It's more I'm positioning here in
Get outta
case
here!
they go for you, so they're more likely to go for me first.
What are you doing? You're trapping us!
Strategy.
Okay. Tanner is up, and at this point, Tanner would also be the one to have to make the strategic decision. In the distance, where that vault is, there is patchwork, 6 more zombies, and as he looks around to see the vault door kind of like pushing open again, there is another flesh golem, and this one you recognize from the Tinker Hag's room. The one covered in myriads of eyes is pulling itself round the corner. 2 flesh golems, 6 more zombies. Tanner is below half health,
Yep. Okay.
and I'm going to give him the executive decision to fall back
Right. Which gives
because there
me
is 2 doors between him, and if you can finish off the ones behind him, that's a clean escape route. But right now, 22 HP, not looking great.
Okay, I'm just checking how some of his features work. Moment. Don't mind me. I should know.
If he wants to do something, that's fine. What I'm going to do this, if he runs in now, he's going to be literally at the behest of,
He's a
you know,
cross, so he
6,
doesn't have that.
7. He's going to be like taking 10 attack. So that's literally suicide. So what Tanner's going to do is pull you back, Dyer, just a square, and then shut the doors,
Oh,
and he's going to take his turn to lay on hands.
I did have an idea, but I just was checking the distances for something.
What's your idea?
Because if he moved 15 feet forward, he would be...
Mm-hmm.
no, would need to move 20 feet forward. Then he would be in range to do his channel divinity to turn the unholy. Which would basically, if they failed the save, would take the undead out of the equation. And then it's just the flesh golems. But as there's two of them, one perhaps... possibly two's a bit too much, so I think I'll agree with your decision.
Okay. So he is going to fall back. Guys, get away from the door.
Ah, damn it! I was having fun.
Hold on. On your go, that is. But
Oh, yeah.
Grizz is going to do the same because he's up straight after that as well. He's going to rush into Gimme. Yeah, he can get to there and hold an action to hit something.
Yeah.
Okay. The zombies.
Did Tanner lay on hands himself? Sorry, did you say?
Yeah, he should lay on hands himself. I'll allow you to choose how much.
How much does he have? He has 30. I'll use 15.
I don't know why I'm rolling a strength check.
Yeah.
Okay. Hitting Grizz there. He's trying to eat me. Okay. You did 16 damage with your on minus.
Yeah.
8. Stumbles forward. He's barely alive. Most of his flesh has sloughed off. 5, 10, 15. Yep, going for Grizz. Actually, you know what? We're good for you.
Okay, in which case, you know what? Can I do this on ability checks?
Wrong one. Go away, Tanner.
I will... Actually, it misses me anyway, so it's fine.
It's a 16 to hit.
Oh. Which would hit, so I will use my Cosmic Omen, which I want to say is woe. Please be woe today. I wrote it somewhere. Yeah, it's woe today. To roll a d6 and take that off.
Okay. Yeah, that turns into a miss.
Yeah.
Kind of gets blinded by the celestial light. Okay.
I'm afraid the stars were written that you were not going to hit me today. You might, however.
This one is similarly very, very badly injured from the light. This one is actually going for Grizz. And I think he's still got advantage because the Great Master, yeah. Sorry for the breakfast attack on me.
Can Tanner use protection to make that flat?
Yes.
I think it still hits, but that's what Tanner would do, because that's what Tanner does.
That is fair. And this last zombie is too slow to get out of the light and burns up.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. This is where I would roll all of the zombies onto initiative. But as you kind of slam that door shut, they're going to have to maybe rethink their strategy. I'll come back to it. In the meantime, I believe you're actually up for any of these. Oh, wait, is there one up? There's one that's up before you, I think.
Are we currently working with 4 or 5?
There's 3 zombies.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
Just these ones that are in front of Eridanos and Grizz?
That's right.
Yep.
Those are the ones. Okay, it is your turn now.
Okay.
He started
Gonna,
down by the door. Yeah, you
yeah,
can easily get up to them anyway.
I've got plenty of room.
Yeah.
Up, up, up. Gonna move in front of Tanner and start whacking.
Okay,
Let's target buddy here.
I better start rolling these.
Ooh, 11 to hit. It's probably. Oh, it does hit. Okay.
Okay, it's a hit. They do seem still very easy to hit, despite them
Yeah.
having quite the offensive power. Hitting them is no struggle at all. Okay,
Okay.
they rolled a 16 on the con save, which is enough to survive the bludgeoning damage. Second one, however, better roll that. That's fail, and it will explode as it does.
Okay.
Everyone in a 5-foot radius, another deck save,
Oh,
please.
damn it, me.
Damn it! I should have moved away from Tanner. Well.
Damn it, Tanner.
Actually, moving into Tanner's space actually saved me, but now he's hurt. Oops.
Yeah,
Yep,
both
you do
me and
make part
Tanner,
from Tanner's space.
both me and Tanner fail.
Yep, take 7 points of lightning damage. Okay, Grizz is going to do his deck save, and then continue your turn there, Diane.
Okay, and
Ooh, Grizz made it.
moving up again to whack,
Thanks.
unarmed.
10 bludgeoning.
And
That
the
will
first one
nearly
didn't
end his
roll
life if I can
damage
do
for some
that.
reason. Oh,
That one's dead. That one explodes. Zappy zap.
okay. So there should be just one left.
There is one left.
Okay.
Another deck
I'm.
save from Eridanus and Grizz and yourself. And Diane. Ooh, Grizz makes it again. And
I
Eridanus
still
makes it.
make it. Yeah.
And this one is 8 reduced to 4, and die, you take none.
Okay. And I'm gonna move right in front of him. I'm blocking the way to the others. And that's
Okay.
the end of my turn.
I think Grizz also had a held action, so I'm going to go slam that into his face. And I have to. Shouldn't Great Weapon Master, but hey, can resist. Okay, Ember's up. One last zombie for the looks.
5, 10, 15, 20. Open sesame. It's just
You
a
can
flesh
see
column.
it should be 2 flesh columns and 6 zombies in front of you.
Where all the zombies and shit? I
They're
see
way down
nothing.
there.
Yeah, I
No?
only see
Okay.
2 zombies and this flesh golem here.
I only
Okay.
see the flesh column. I have to reload?
Yeah, I would reload.
Shit.
There's a lot on my screen, and they're like right up against the door.
Okay. I'm gonna.
It should be in total, as I mentioned, 6 zombies, 2 flesh golems should be on there. Oh,
I'm loading up here. Sorry, 1 sec.
Yeah,
that's
and,
alright.
and am I right in saying, Chris, earlier that you said that the golems had some sort of effect when fire was done? Like they absorbed lightning, but when fire damage was caused, something
Yes,
happened?
they were flailing around, and it was seemingly burning away the stitches that hold the things together.
Okay.
Fire good. Electricity bad.
Extra time in the football match, guys. Ho ho ho! 30
Oh,
minutes
boy.
to win yourself the
There's still
drama.
1-0.
No, it's
1-1, yeah.
1-1.
Italy scored. Italy scored, yeah, in the 67, 68 minute.
Oh, man. Crazy. But Emma, I'll just describe again for you just as you're loading in.
Can I hit the
There
ball
are
with
a
a
total
fireball?
Okay. Okay.
That's what
Look at
I'm
that.
going to do.
That's fine. You can totally do that. All fireball works in this situation. There are 6 zombies, 2 flesh golems charging their way towards the door, and they are all grouped up for you.
Fireball. I'm at 2%, 3%, 4, 5, 6. Oh, here we go. We're going now. We're moving. So hopefully I can get in time to do it. I don't want to waste too much of your guys' time. No, 35%,
They're all
50,
bottlenecked, right? So
50%.
they're all
That's
trying to
what
get to the door.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping.
it looks like a perfect fireball if ever I saw one.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping for.
Ah,
I will begin rolling their deck saves.
Yeah.
We know
Go ahead.
templates are a bit fucked at the moment.
90%, 100%. All right. So, do I target them all and click fireball, or I just click fireball and the template will do the work for me?
Templates for some reason got messed up. You can try the fireball template and see what happens.
Oh, all right. Oh, there they all are. Okay. Pull up my spells here. Shit, I wouldn't have... Well, I guess I didn't know because I was on the other side of the door. Never mind. I'm going to take an attack of opportunity here, but c'est la vie. Well, unless they die.
You're probably going to
Fireball,
take the
click.
zombies out. They don't seem to have a huge amount of...
Oh, it looks like it's working, Chris.
Okay, go for it.
Oh.
So I click it, and I just click it where I want the fireball to go?
That's right.
Which case? 1 minute.
Blow him up. Blow him up.
Oh,
It's
oh
zombie dice.
god!
Yeah.
Oh, they're all dead. Oh god, my
Well,
dice. They wrote.
enjoy the
Well, I don't
explosion.
know what just happened right now, but
Did you see
That
the
was
actual
pretty fun to
explosion?
watch. Yeah.
yeah, I did. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
and then I'll run. I think I'd probably take a shock from this one if it
How much
died.
damage? 20...
I don't know. Like there was shit everywhere. I can't. 24.
24.
It's a shit
Yeah, 24.
fireball, to be honest.
Well, it's still enough to burn every single zombie away.
Okay, perfect.
Yay.
Get him out of here. Ah! Ah, big guys, Chris, big guys.
The 2 golems failed.
All right. So I have 10 feet of movement left, so I'll move back here.
Okay.
And I will roll a dex save because I was within 5 feet of one of the zombies.
Yes, you were.
Unless fire somehow negates that ability. I don't know. I doubt it.
You take 8 points of lightning damage.
All right.
Actually, something else you mentioned. You just reminded me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, no, just 10. 10, good. Okay. 42 points of lightning damage erupt in that area, surging and electrifying anything that would have been standing there. In addition to that, it heals the golems back up from their
Damn
fire.
it. Oh.
Yep, that's a little combo.
All right. Fuckers.
That's
Fine.
That you destroy the zombies, the golems are instead empowered by the electricity that is released from them.
Okay.
And yeah, they're back to full.
Huh.
Didn't really think of that consequence, but that's pretty cool.
They do have
apparently
disadvantage on their attacks next turn.
Yeah.
I'm targeting or somebody's targeting something. I don't know. Anyways, cool.
Yeah.
As
As a slight side note, it appears that Moonbeam itself was just glitched because I just re-imported it and now I can draw the template for it.
Oh, okay.
So it didn't seem to be the thing in general, it's just Moonbeam. So first thing I'll do, I'm going to
have to figure that out.
Bonus action. This zombie's still up, right?
It is, yeah.
Right, so let's try to bonus action hit it with my Radiant Arrow thing. So hopefully that killed it.
Oh, nope, 22. And again, doesn't seem like Radiant is killing these zombies. Perhaps because they're no longer undead.
Yeah.
Maybe they've become constructions.
Okay. Then obviously I've got Moonbeam up. I could bring Moonbeam
Definitely
down
shoots
and
up
then
its
it dies
head.
on its turn.
Hmm.
Actually, I'm gonna try to help out down here. Where are they on the initiative compared to everyone else? Because that's right. I am going to, for my action, I've still got Moonbeam up should I need it, but for my action, let's see how dexterous these flesh golems are. Yes, we cast Tidal Wave.
Tidal Wave. God.
It said no targets to save, but I've clearly drawn the template across them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do them. One of them is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, dodges out of that. The other one gets knocked prone,
Yeah, but they
slaps the ground.
so one takes 19 damage, assuming they're not resistant to magical prone. The other takes half of that, which is what, 10?
10. Yep. Okay, they have disadvantage and one's prone.
Yep.
Okay. Is that your go?
I move from there. 1, 2, 3.
The stench is unbearable, by the way.
Four.
The smell of burnt flesh fills
Five.
that entire chamber. That is going to end your go.
Yeah.
Hannah is up. Finish this zombie. Doesn't want to be in melee with it, though. Tell you what he's going to do.
It'll
He'll
throw
javelin.
a spectral javelin.
Yeah. Let's do that.
And that's a crit because... Oh, no, it's 13 on the dice, right? Not 13 on the overall roll. So
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
But that is enough to do the job. Strikes straight through the chest. As it's falling back, it grabs a hold of it, and the lightning surging from him travels up the spear and then sort of bursts out. And he grits and die. One more dex save.
Yep. Yep. So I rolled
that's
Grizz
enough.
advantage because...
Yep.
Yep. And Dire
Sure,
is...
you make
Save for me.
Yeah, Dire would be a 14 because she's in range of Tanner, but...
14 is just barely a fail. So Dyer takes 5, Grizz takes 5.
Yeah.
And the
I think I
25.
Is that half?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is half.
5 or is it? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
At the bottom of an Earthquake Grizz is out. Could run back. He's looking really bad, by the way, Grizz.
Yeah.
He could run in there, but he should probably back up. I'll come back to Grizz in just a second. In fact, just before Grizz's turn, you hear a voice blare out from behind the vault doors. And in addition, by the way, Ember, I'm going to say that your fireball destroyed that skull of the beholder that was there. That's like no longer there. It's just shards of bone.
All right.
You hear the voice come around the corner. He says, "Right, that is quite enough now. We've suffered enough losses. Patchwork, Many Eyes, return back to the halls of reanimation."
Many eyes. Okay.
Mm. Will you stop meddling in my work? You just hear the voice. Can't see who it is. It definitely sounds like the voice of Geralt.
Uh-oh.
Could you explain what your work is? Because if it's, bad, we're probably going to keep meddling.
Of course, my work is wondrous. That's what it is. And it is not to be interrupted. Meddle in my affairs again, and, we won't be seeing as friends the next time we meet. And after that,
Grizz, how do you feel about that?
I don't know. I'm just very, very badly injured.
We can, catch our breath. This gives us a chance to take a little bit of a rest and have a look around Senrith's little humble abode. Maybe we can figure something out at the same time. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Huh.
Okay. The golems are going to get up and begin to immediately thump, thump, thump. Yes, master.
Eridonis, I destroyed all the bones there, so
Yep,
any
they
kind of
can't-
nefarious purpose was interrupted.
That's good, particularly the Beholder Skull. I mean, I don't know what you need a Beholder Skull for, but considering halls of reanimation, I don't like the idea of fighting a Beholder potentially later.
I don't really know much about him. The Gouth was a bit of a nuisance, but I've never actually encountered a full-on. Yeah, I guess that would be pretty gnarly. I'm gonna sit down for half an hour here and catch my breath. Tanner, you look like shit. You should probably do the same.
Yeah. Whilst doing that, these cages, because it's actually been a while, is it just sort of like this sort of area that's like a force field or was a force field sort of thing, or is
Front.
it
In
just
our
the
campaign,
front?
Shale disabled them.
It's the
Yeah.
blue area.
Yeah. So, an idea, and Eridanus says, just looking at this, do you think maybe if we could maybe use, like, the shield's energy in order to, like, re-energize this, but with that sort of energy instead? And essentially trap
That's
it
very
back in the
possible.
cage.
Absolutely possible. That's what contained it in the first place. This is where Senrith was when this being first escaped. Let's take a break and talk about it.
Yes.
Let's talk over short rest here, guys. Let's
Yep.
be smart about this.
Okay. Grizz is going to go over to the door, shut it. He's also going to axe the 2 remaining bits of bone. I
Yeah.
don't know what he's up to. I should go talk to him, maybe. He might be the only one who'll see me now.
Yeah, Grizz will definitely have to take care of that.
But he's up to something. I don't think Baba Yaga would be pleased. He's taken the bones. I mean, those are her collection, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And
He's up to
Those
naughty
weren't
things.
Schulz's, were they? They were not Schulz's. No, that was a different museum of sorts.
Yeah. This was a
The bone
museum.
museum is
Yeah.
Baba Yaga's private, collection of
Yes.
specimens.
The Bone Museum is probably quite important to the Queen of Bones.
Yeah, the mother of bones. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think Dr. Gorolf, under normal circumstance, would meddled in such a manner. This is pretty blatant, out in the open, taking of the Baba Yaga's thing. She must either not be here, or her power must be dwindling as described. This Shadow
yeah.
Beast is certainly weakening her, because
Yes.
under normal circumstance, this would never take place.
Yes.
I don't think he's afraid of what will happen when she finds out. I mean,
Yeah,
did
I don't
she
think
get that
he's
finished?
afraid of her as she is right now. She's weakened.
Perhaps,
That's
or
terrifying.
if either she's weakened or she's distracted enough that he feels he can get away with this. And
He didn't even try to hide it. He just literally.
Yeah.
They look at the
Well,
freaking dumbass zombies. Like,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she'll find out as soon as she gets back.
But
It's like,
or even if she is here, because obviously Lady Markov went to go see her, suggesting she's here. So,
that's another confusing little situation there, Adonis.
but potentially, which might mean that whatever's happening in the hut is distracting her enough that Geralt has used this moment to forward some sort of plan. And if he's not, and if Baba Yaga's power is dwindling, and that's why he's taken this chance, then that's scary in its own way. But what's potentially scary is if he feels like she's distracted enough that he can get away with this, and he isn't worried, providing he succeeds, which suggests that whatever he's doing could potentially rival her in power.
This looks like amateur work. This is, I don't know.
Well,
Adonis.
what we're seeing now is, but those zombies, I mean, they were easy enough to hit, but they hit like a truck or a cart.
A big cart.
Yes, a very big cart. I
Yeah.
mean, to be honest, like in terms of like raw punch, at least in terms of like avoiding their hits and stuff, they were probably harder or almost as hard as the flesh golems in that regard. And then the exploding them.
Shockingly fast, that's for sure.
Yes.
Much stronger than they should be.
And they, despite being undead, they seem to suffer no ill effects due to radiant energy, suggesting they're no longer truly undead.
And just piecework then.
Tanner like kicks one of the bodies and notes that himself as well. There's all this wiring and cable in them. What's that liquid as well that came out of the golem?
Yeah, it smells horrible. It smells like the embalming fluid or something. Oil.
Yeah, a mix between those two is actually a very good deduction.
It's very bizarre. Anyways, just gonna have a quick little look around here, guys.
I'm gonna look under the bed, look under the chair, look for anything, any kind of possessions that were left behind by The recently departed.
It doesn't look like he had any possessions here, Ember.
Okay.
But I will say that you'd imagine if he was placed in a jail cell. It's not jail, so to speak, but he was placed in here in the menagerie as almost like a mockery. That if they were placed in here, he'd have been stripped of
All right.
those possessions.
Okay.
So he mostly likely has something, but where they are, they're probably being held somewhere secure.
Mm.
Huh. Somewhere secure.
Well, the vault is right down the hall. If you were to secure something, it'd be down there, and
yes, and
where the zombies are.
we've just cleared out the zombies, and he took the flesh golems away. So now might be an ideal time to go check that out. If you,
For
Assuming
sure,
he's
as
not
long
still
as those
there?
walls of force are down.
yes, I
Well,
mean,
very quick. I don't want them. I don't want to have to deal with Patchwork. He was kind of my friend.
yeah.
Uh,
Well,
there was an ugly lizard-looking thing too, wasn't there?
yeah,
Kicking around in there.
Yeah, I mean-
Abyssal lizard or something.
Oh yeah, there
Abyssal
is.
basilisk. That was it. Abyssal basilisk.
I'll check.
yeah.
Chris opens the way, checks in there.
Catch your breath, Grizz. Catch your breath.
Yeah,
Oh man, that's like a barbecue gone wrong in here.
Yeah, Grizz and Tanner, if you want to stay there, because you two are quite battered, I'm okay to check it out. Dyer, do you want to come with me?
I will certainly come with you. Be happy to.
I'm gonna patch my wounds up here. Just give me a couple 20 minutes here or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
We won't go too
We're no
far.
rush here.
We won't go too
We
far,
gotta-
but I won't benefit too much from the rest. I didn't get too badly hurt, so
No, and I want to know what's going on here.
yeah.
None of this smells good to me.
In fact, just because I can, I will do a quick bonus action healing word on myself, because why not? You know,
Okay.
have the
Ooh,
spell.
look at that healing graphic. That's nice.
Yeah.
Chris,
That's something
oh
cool.
god, these graphics, man.
All right. You can open up the vault doors. A lot of these look
I
damaged.
can't even open. Oh, there we go. I
There
couldn't
we go.
open that door.
Figured it out. So these tokens are here only because these are the last. This is the last place they got to the map before.
Yeah.
Effectively, they went through this massive archway. It is definitely built for giant and flesh columns to pass through. The door is like nearly like 15 feet high,
Yeah.
and the archway is made of stone. The doors themselves like heavily reinforced, more so than they used to be. In fact, see, there's like actual iron bands across them now. Like they've been recently reinforced, and they have just been shut. Probably the last thing as you're walking in here is the sound of them being slammed, and you can hear wood planks
Can you point out
on the other
where
side. Maybe
where the archway is? Sorry.
it is directly to your west. Should be able to see it
That
on the
way.
map.
Okay.
This
The
thing.
lighting-
So,
okay.
based on that, that's the way to the halls of reanimation.
There's a
There
good.
is.
Right, but okay. So 3 of these have the weird blue. So I'm guessing that weird blue's still there.
It is, and the one without is not.
Yeah. Okay. In which case,
This is where Patchwork used to be.
yeah. In which case,
You-
is the door open or is it?
It is. It is
looks
open.
like. Yeah. So let's have a look in here. There's a couple of boxes in here. Could be something dire.
Where are you now?
In
Oh,
here.
there. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, let's have a look at the I'd like to investigate all these rooms.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Together.
I'm going to guidance myself, then search this one for any traps or anything.
okay.
So I
So
think,
previously, this room was not only magically barred, also locked and guarded.
yeah,
And now the flesh golem, the barrier, and the lock are all gone.
yeah,
As you walk into this room, there are 2 chests, one on there, one on each side. They look like they are made of either adamantine or platinum. It's definitely not just a normal steel chest. They seem to have like, well, a very powerful, secure metal sealing them shut. And they don't have padlocks, they have like actual locks built on the chest themselves.
But they seem to be like still locked, essentially. To looking
Yeah,
at
they're
them.
closed. Yeah, they are.
Right, so I'm gonna search this one for any signs of traps.
I'll do the other one.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
guidance myself
ahead.
for this one. Oh, well, it's not going to make much
Ooh.
difference, but let's have the guidance. 5. Pretty sure
Well,
my
okay.
one.
Okay. Looking over it, the only thing you can tell is it's very heavy and probably hasn't been moved in a very long time because they're in the exact same position you saw them last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Do they
you
look?
can't
Do
trust
they
the
look as
trap.
if they've been recently disturbed? Like, are they dusty at all, or is the lock rusted?
No, they would be kind of dusty. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they are, but
Okay.
they do not look like they've rusted at all. They're still pretty pristine.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, those investigation checks don't really ordain much.
Okay, this might be a weird way to try to go about unlocking something. But, and I don't know if this is even possible, but can I shape water into the lock, then freeze the water to try to unlock it?
Mm-hmm. There's an idea. Make a key
I've
shape.
actually never heard of that idea before.
That's genius.
I've never heard that one.
Because it says you can cause the water to form into simple shapes, and a key's a pretty simple shape. Most keys, anyway.
Yeah, most keys, you're right. Okay.
And
This
then
one-
it says you can freeze the water.
Geez. This one is a little bit better than a normal lock, but I'll tell you what, it's worth an attempt. I'll allow it. So you can give me a your spell casting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um,
Just a wisdom
Hmm.
check?
I'll allow this. Give me a sleight of hand using your wisdom.
Okay, so I don't have proficiency in that, so...
So it's just wisdom then.
But why do I seemingly have a +1 to sleight of hand? What?
I'm not sure.
I seem to have a +1 to a whole bunch of skills that I shouldn't. So I'm just going to roll a wisdom check.
Okay. Yeah, that is odd. You don't have it as part of an item, do you?
I don't think so. What would...
Background? No. Okay. No.
Nothing there.
I'm not sure either. You're not a bard either, so.
No. Well, either way, I got a 22 on the roll.
Oh, what the? Okay, cool. That's it. That's the perfect idea, and it worked. It's a sleight of hand with wisdom, using the magic of water and freezing it. You create the perfect key for the lock. It's shaped for the lock. Which one are you opening quickly? Is it the bottom one?
Yeah, the bottom one.
All right. So, yeah, and then making sure that it's not brittle, you kind of really give it some extra freezing magic just to make it so solid, and then you feel the it's time to open it, and you just twist it. Hear the tumblers click into place perfectly. It does like nearly snap out of place, but the handle stays strong enough because there's the risk, right? You accidentally create the key and then turn it, and it just snaps.
Yeah.
But you do exactly what you need, adjusting the magic perfectly so that it's weaker on the teeth and stronger on the handle.
Yeah, I like to think in a way that his knowledge of like glass blowing allows him to sort of shape those intricacies to make the strengths and stuff. In a way, if that makes sense. Not that you'd ever make a key out of glass, but yeah.
Okay. Speaking of glass, as you open up the trunk, there is a glass container. And the glass is slightly frosted as well from the spell that you've kind of cast.
Yeah.
So you're kind of having to like try and clean it or wait for it to melt. It does look like a very delicate container though,
Yeah.
and
I will again. I will use shape water. Oh wait, so is it frosted because of what's inside it has got cold? Are you saying?
no, because your spell.
Okay, in which
shape
case
water.
I will use shape water to remove that like water on the outside and just sort of to melt it basically.
Yeah, okay. Delicately melt it away, and as
Yeah.
the drips run down the curvature of the glass, it is. This is the thing. Been wondering what to put in here and whether to keep it as what it was.
Yeah, I've got no. I don't
It's a
remember.
potion of defeat flesh golem.
Um, no,
I
no.
mean,
It is. I'll keep it what it was. You know what? Screw it, because no one else has found this except one other player ever. Inside here is a beautiful flower, but it doesn't look like it's made of natural. It's not like a petal and stem. It looks like it's made of metal, made of gold specifically. And it is sitting in a glass case, much like kind of like think Beauty and the Beast, that kind
Yeah.
of style. And let me find the artwork for it. See if we can find it. Ah, yes.
I have no idea what this is.
There it is. Okay.
I don't even.
The flower. You can give me a nature check if you want to try and figure out what flower it
Right, I'll
resembles.
guidance myself as well, because why wouldn't
Mhm.
I? Really, Eridanus,
Do a
really?
nature check. I know.
Oh, you
plants.
hate flowers, don't you?
Yeah, I hate flowers. No, I did hate. I did hate flowers. It was a temporary madness. It went away after the long rest. It's just residual.
It's residual, so you kind of look at it like, ugh, flowers. And
But then I'm like, wait, not a natural flower. Maybe okay.
it kind of messes up your knowledge of them because you try to tap into that knowledge and you're like, wait, no, I hate flowers. Stop thinking about them.
Yeah.
Dyer, as you're peering over though, you recognize it. It is a lotus, but it has been gilded with gold.
Okay.
Little lotus. So it's made of metal with gills of
Yep.
gold.
Huh.
And
And the container, what is?
it's round. It's like a round glass dome.
Okay.
Huh.
What do you make of this?
I have no
Now,
idea.
lotus is, I believe, the symbol of new life, renewal, rebirth. This is the rebirth chamber. That makes sense that Geralf would have a.
This is the vault,
Yeah,
not
this
the
is
halls
the
of Rare.
vault.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this is. It's a lotus. What do I know about lotuses? I mean, they're flowers, so they suck. But
Hmm.
because
Well,
I'm trying to think of it from like a mythology and like magic sort of perspective, and the
Mhm.
thing that's coming to mind as a player, rather than as a character, is the lotus eaters from like Greek myth sort of thing.
Hmm.
Which
It's a. I'll say this: you can both roll me investigation checks as you're trying to figure this out, or maybe even history. That's a viable thing to use.
I'll do a history.
Okay,
Oh,
history
14.
17. Okay, I'm going to start with. Actually, start with. Now we'll go back to Eridon. Eridon is 17 on an investigation check. You check around, just looking at it as well as inspecting it. The thing you notice is, as you're kind of viewing it, not touching it, there is actually a small inscription along the stem as well. Very tiny writing, as you imagine, but it is there. And as you kind of strain your eyes, you can perhaps try to read it. You
In
speak
fact,
Sylvan, so you understand it.
and in order to help, once I've noticed this, I will bring out. Actually, no, I gave that away, didn't I? I gave away the Did I give away the magnifying glass? I'm trying... No, I did. My brain is telling me that I intended to give the magnifying glass to the little girl to help with the reading, but I can't remember if I did. Does anyone remember me doing that? Because I haven't removed it from my list, so I'm assuming I didn't.
You didn't probably because you gave it to someone to look at the card, the library card, and then they handed it back.
I looked at the library card with it, so yes, I think... Okay, so I've got that, so I would use that to magnify my... to help me read it a bit more clearly.
It's inscribed in Sylvan, and it says, "Over such beauty, wars are fought. With such power, wars are won." Dyer, with a history check, and the fact that now you kind of maybe you relay this information of it being Sylvan. There are many beautiful flowers, ones that are coveted within the Feywild, especially, and some of them are said to have mystical power, rebirth, re-life. There are definitely all kinds of symbology behind certain types of flowers. For the lotus, it is hope, protection, and not protection, perfection. It is one of the most coveted flowers, especially within Elven society, especially. And with a history check of 14, you don't remember specific names. It was more things of legend, more to do with druidic line. But there definitely were, you remember, legendary flowers that are completely exotic and protected. Some of them were stolen. Some of them were, stolen away. Probably because they coveted them and wanted to steal them and make sure no one else could get their hands on them. No one else could find them. But you do remember, at one point in your elven society, there is perhaps a day of remembrance or mourning that remembers one or two of these flowers that you can't remember the names of with 14, but I will say that you remember there was a day that it kind of mourns the loss of one when it disappeared. And
like an individual bloom or like a
Yep.
species?
Like an individual bloom, yeah.
Okay.
Because
Interesting.
they were coveted that much. Certain blooms.
All right. That's new.
None with the 14, none that you can remember having the association with gold. That part doesn't really ring a bell. But you do remember, like, maybe it was a lotus, maybe it was like a tulip. You can't remember exactly, but there was definitely a holiday, remembering one of these flowers, and the symbology that it held, and the beauty that people coveted. As you were an elven society, you would have had it in a natural place, never touched it, never plucked it. But yeah, someone definitely came along and stole that thing.
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
No.
So the other chest.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to try to open that one, Dyer, or?
I have thieves' tools. I was gonna try and use those.
Yep. Go for it.
I will give you.
I'll give you guidance.
Okay. All right. Here we go. 17. Is it a plus 4?
1d4, so I'll roll it for you. It's only a plus 1.
Oh no. 18. Okay. 18 is good, don't get me wrong. But there is a good news and a bad news. Good news, you feel the lock. Undone. You've managed to succeed. Bad news, as you do pick it and fix the tumblers into place, the lid suddenly bursts open without you even touching. I need to roll an attack. This is a trap that goes off, and you can hear it suddenly, like a blade coming towards you. But
Yep.
rather than roll dex saves, I'm actually going to make an attack roll against you guys. It makes more sense because of what
Okay.
it is that's actually
Okay.
triggered. So you can see the glint of metal, a flash, followed by, or actually a shadow followed by a flash, which is the odd way around. But nonetheless, you're not sure which one came first. In fact, it's so fast. And maybe it's because there's two of them. One is shadow, one is light. Whatever it is, it comes out far too quick for either of you to kind of jump away from it. So let me roll the attacks. Where the hell are There they are. Found it. Okay. Oh, D20 plus 9. Plus 9 to hit.
To
It's going
myself.
against. So 20 against Dire.
20 is my AC, but if I think
That's a hit then.
it's a hit. Yeah. Yeah.
And the other one against Eridanus. 14.
Which is my AC.
Wow. Perfect. Okay.
Ouch.
Jeez, I can't even believe that. Okay. This is.
What are the chances of that?
Yeah, so precise. So the precision on these things are ridiculous. Okay. Let me just check the damage now. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. So it is that one. There it is. D8 at 5th is 1, 2, 3, 4, 48. Okay. I hope that's right. Oh, really low. Okay. Dire, you take 12 points of necrotic damage, and in addition to that, some slashing damage
Yikes.
is. Screw it, we'll just say it's 1d8 slashing. So in total, that's 19 points of 19 points of damage. And then
19?
for Eridanus, you take 1 point of slashing damage and 12 points of necrotic damage. No, sorry, radiant damage. You take radiant damage from this, Eridanus. The rolls were pretty low, all things
Wow.
considered.
Wow.
This, yeah, very odd. Very odd indeed.
Is there any? All right. Ow.
Look,
Is,
Okay,
is there? I'm cradling my arm, which I'm gonna assume is where it gets hit. And then I will actually look into the chest. Is there anything in there?
okay, yes. In fact, it's very obvious what it is, because one of them is floating and hovering, still there. It is 2 scythes. One is a shadowy like blade. The other is kind of a radiant ethereal like one, and they are both connected by a long chain, which goes from like shadowy steel to kind of lightish, misty ethereal. And the ethereal one is slowly dispersing and disappearing after the strike is finished.
Wait.
It's a
And you can
weapon.
still see
What?
them
Yeah.
hovering there for a moment longer
Yeah.
before they kind of fall to the bottom of the chest.
Are they still there, solid at the bottom of the chest?
Yes, one of them is solid. It is the shadowy one.
Shadowy one is solid. The ethereal radiant. So the ethereal one is positive, like radiant energy.
It may have been. You definitely saw a flash of light, but it seems to have
Yeah.
faded to ethereal. And now, as it falls to the bottom of the chest, it
Mhm.
fades completely, and is like disappeared.
Okay, that's weird.
It's a weapon of l- light and shadow.
Two.
Mm-hmm.
If I mean, does this mean that the shadow is still taking over? Because shouldn't the light be still here if it was balanced?
Oh, there's something else in here as well. I forgot.
Well,
There's
possibly,
a set of armor in here.
or maybe,
Completely forgot about that.
yeah, or maybe that's part of this weapon's magic. Like exists both in the material and in the ethereal, maybe, so that, I mean, because it's light and dark, which suggests, if anything, it would be Twilight's weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That's
There is
it.
also half plate in here. I forgot to mention. There is a
So-
set of armor that I guess the scythe kind of clangs off of and lands lands in the bottom.
So if it's Twilight, then maybe not only is he the balance between light and dark, but perhaps the material and the ethereal. So maybe that's why his weapon exists in both. Possibly.
I don't know.
I don't know for certain, but I'm trying to
I
think.
can't wait. Yeah.
Does anything seem special about the half plate?
Yeah, you can give me a investigation check.
I'm gonna guidance myself. God. 12.
12. There is, from just looking at it, definitely a master craftsman has put this together. And Di, you can roll as well, because as he's like looking it over, picking through the pieces. Okay, Di, you're reminded of something very similar, but Eridanus probably not as much because you haven't seen them as often. It does seem extraordinary. Can't tell how, but it definitely looks like it's got a unique design to it. That unique design, Di, you recognize. It looks almost a fusion of Knight's armor and Dawn's armor. It looks like both put together with kind of blackish steel trimmed with white and silver lining. And you remember seeing actual Senrith, his art, somewhere around here. In fact, I might just drag his token on. But it is very similar to what both of them would be wearing.
Okay, so I will point this out to Eridanus and say, this must be where they were keeping his armor and his weapon. This obviously belonged to him.
Yes, but that belonged
I don't know
to
if it's worth taking with us. The weapon, at least.
The weapon, at least. I mean,
Can we use it?
Tanner's wearing plate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is half plate.
This
Don't
is
know how
half plate, but
special-
if it's magical, could end up being better, right?
Possibly.
Because half
Could be.
this is
Yeah.
just me bad remembering stats. Plate's 18 and half plate's 17, right?
Something like that. It's a potential that it's better if it has enough plus, but
Yeah.
you don't know that by now.
Well,
you don't know with an 8, I'm
yeah,
afraid.
yeah. We'll take the weapons in the half plate with us back into Senrith's room where the others are resting, and we'll get the others to look at it because, after all, Eridanus will go, let's go get Ember to look at these. After all, as he keeps telling us, he is the Forge Master, so perhaps he knows.
That is a solid idea. And I will. I don't want to touch the scythes directly at first. I want to touch it with something else, like either with the edge of my quarterstaff, just to see if it reacts at all. I'm a little bit nervous about putting my hand on it.
Okay, it does react actually, as you see it move slightly, and it almost kind of swipes, not as viciously as it did before, but it does swipe.
Okay. If I nudge the handle, does that? Is it like it? Ooh, I'm gonna very, very carefully put my hand towards the handle, keeping it out of the way of the blade if the blade should swipe, so that my hand is to the back of the blade rather than the front.
Okay, yeah, you can make a sleight of hand as well. Try and angle it and grab the handle before it can get the blade around on you.
Yeah, like knowing which way it would tend to swipe, I will
Mm.
put my hand in the opposite position. Oh,
Oh.
that's not good.
No, that's bad.
I'm gonna lose a
Okay.
hand.
It will try to swipe again this time. Seeing you go for a grab. Once again, I'm gonna roll to hit. See what it gets. +9. Misses this time.
Ooh.
Okay. You quickly
Okay.
put your hand just back in time before it gets the swipe off.
Yeah.
And it hovers there now for a moment. The chain is dangling in the air, connected to an invisible force. Like it's got a loop, like there's like a loop in it and an arc, but the chain
Yeah.
kind of disperses and becomes like ethereal towards the end.
Yeah. Eridanis will look at Dyer and ask if she minds him having a go.
Just be careful. Are you gonna try and touch the
Yeah,
disappearing end?
I'm essentially what Eridanis is going to try to do is he's going to try to just sort of quickly grab the hand with one hand and the chain with the other. And
Mm.
sort of because he is himself to some extent a balance between the light and the dark because he's made of the void and the stars, hoping that that will maybe help in some way, like maybe it will recognize him as being in essence almost a twilight being, I suppose.
Mm.
That's a good
Okay.
idea. Okay.
I will say roll a sleight of hand again, just flat.
I'm gonna guidance myself. God damn it, even if I get max, yeah, that's an 8, so I'm almost certainly taking some damage here.
Okay. I'm gonna roll this. It does seem to sense something, but it nonetheless tries to avoid you. And as it does so, it spins around. The chain whips around as well, and rather than this one hit you, the other one seems to like reappear and strike at you. But it seems to do so almost at the same time. There's like this contention between the chain, and it kind of it's like as one tries to pull, the other one. Sorry, as one tries to strike, the other chain pulls back on it, and it rolls with disadvantage. It got +9 to 7, so
It still hits.
okay.
It needs to roll
14 to hit.
it needs to roll a 4 to miss me.
Ooh, okay.
Hmm.
That is unfortunate. You're going to take 1d8 slashing. 7, and then the 48 of an element. Yeah, and it's going to be the necrotic one that strikes.
Ouch. -20.
Yep. These are vicious little weapons, and they continue to float and hover there. Hmm. Let's have a really cool map icon. I wonder if it's still around. Wait. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Um, did we just score again?
Penalty shootouts, one each. One each. Yep.
Found my way. There we go.
Mhm.
There we go. I was looking for that for so long. Okay. And how are you speaking this in common? The scythe. Okay. The scythe seems to continue to spin around menacingly. Face. Nope. It does. This time it it slams the scythe into the ground and like makes a wrenching noise as it almost tears apart some of the metal here.
Mm.
The scythe sort of just tilts slightly. It stops spinning and attacking, but just tilts. Yeah, you've confused the scythe.
What is going on?
Do you
Was we
remember what
forbidden?
Shale said?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you were never here. Apologies. Yeah, you were never here. So does Dyer remember what Shale spoke about, Sindra?
No, I whatever it is, I don't remember what
Nope,
what it is.
never mind.
I do speak Celestial. Yes. All right, I will try Celestial. Yeah,
Okay.
I will
If you
try
want to repeat
Celestial.
Eridanus's words in Celestial, I'm going to give you Dyer a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. Persuasion.
Yeah,
Wait,
15. Not sad.
15. Oh, oh
Are
yeah,
you
15 is with the advantage. Yeah.
you adding guidance as well, or is that all right?
Ooh, 18.
18, much better. Okay, the other scythe finally stops swiping, and for some moment seems to actually be listening to you.
Okay, then I will if it seems to be listening, then I will continue talking. Since I remember Senrith and I do genuinely want to help bring him back,
Hmm.
restore the balance. Yeah, so I'll just say your is it correct to call him your master? Your partner, Senrith. We don't know what's happened to him, but we believe he might be in trouble, and if you can help us or
Hmm.
come with us, help to find him, to restore him to the way he was, to his glory, bring balance back to the light and darkness, make things as they were. You should never have been locked up like this.
Okay. As you say these words, the other scythe appears in an ethereal-like state, the chain still dangling from between both. The two scythes actually almost face each other for a moment, and then look back at you, Dyer, and
Say,
then they float
okay.
forward. And they rest on the ground.
Say, I wouldn't presume to know how to wield such a weapon as yourselves, but maybe we can work together to make things right again. And I will try and pick them up by the handles,
Okay,
but to both together. Like
gotcha. Yeah, you grab a hold of both, and physically can't grab a hold of the ethereal one. You can't feel it there. As you pick it up, it seems to maneuver itself around such that it's kind of following your hand just a second afterwards. Like there's this kind of trail of like almost like this thing's got its own shadow, but it's
Mm.
ethereal and glowing. It's strange, like a shadow of light. Nonetheless, they have, at least for now, shown some subservientness and a willingness to cooperate. But before you turn and leave, the one of the sites also gestures towards the half plate as well. Okay, scythes are in your possession.
Yeah.
The scythe and half plate are in your possession, and we're coming up to time. We will wrap up shortly, but let's. Do you want to head back to the others? Okay, let's do that.
Can we have a well, if a quick look in the other rooms, or the any of the other rooms open?
Okay.
This is the only one. I got their
They do
bearings.
have
So.
magical barriers, but you can see massive sets of armor, the glinting metal, perfect master craftsmanship across all of them. One of them right at the back is like this, almost like blood red color,
Mm-hmm.
and almost kind of has like a more oriental sort of a design. There's like this oni shoulder pad. There's this kind of more like samurai like crest on the helmet. Uh, the one in the bottom right, there are crates. Potentially some of them ajar, but it's hard to see from this angle what's inside them.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you want to give me a perception check, you might see what else is in here.
Let's try.
You've
Ooh,
seen it before,
that.
and it's terrible at stealth. Yep, you see it. It pokes its long tongue out, and you can hear it jostling around behind the crates. There is a large lizard in there, scaly back, spines protruding from it, and its eyes are like little tiny pinpricks. It's pulled back behind the shadow, but it's watching you.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. And I'll say to Eridonis as we walk back to the others. I wonder why that one door is open and the others are still locked. Hmm.
Mm. Yeah. Um, there is
I'm hearing
a.
force field, but I don't know if we know
It is a
what.
force field. It's a wall of force, but it's visible, and the blue light seems to be coming from some sort of connected conduit that reaches up to the top of a domed ceiling that you're standing in the middle of right now. Four lines, four conduits stretch up to the center inside this maybe central control gem, and there are runes adorning the conduits all the way up the top.
Hmm.
Or redirected. There's a number of different methods it potentially to unlock this. You don't see one obvious way, but there is perhaps multiple ways depending on what your approach is. Maybe you dispel it. Maybe you, like you said, use electricity to like redirect it. Maybe you simply try to teleport through it. We know that Mage Hand can work on the other side. That's one thing. Not long at all. You've just woken up almost this day. Woke up, went to kitchen, went to Tereg's. Now you're here. Nope.
We tried a couple of basic things before and without success. So whatever it is, I'm going to suggest that it requires a special touch.
Let's just head back to those before we end the session. So
Yeah.
just to get Ember's last
Okay.
words in, as you see them coming back around the corner, Ember, there is now a full set of half plate carried by Eridanus and two scythes. The one
Wow,
seems to be
look out for
floating
that shit!
slightly behind. Yeah.
Hey, careful with that. How do you know that? All right. I mean, that sounds good. Um,
Oh, did you pick up the flower? Okay, because it was behind a glass container. I'm just guessing you lift it up. No, it's like a dome that's like imagine Beauty and the Beast, that kind of thing. Am I thinking of the right Disney movie? Yeah, I am.
uh,
Yep. Yes, that's the one. Yep, think of it like that. Yes, you can do that. Um,
another fancy flower. Tanner, add that one to your collection with your ice flower there. Ugh. Oh,
as
looks
you
valuable.
as you take the flower, though, you don't feel any adverse effects, but it being in your presence for just a little bit longer, it feels like it's almost forming to you, not physically, but there's a connection being made. Like as you look to it, kind of draws you in. Exactly. All right. In that case, yeah, they did.
Keep them away from me. Tanner, that could be something you
I'm
could put to use. Oh,
I'm
great.
cradling them in my arms and like gently stroking them like they're pets and
Wait,
talking to them in Celestial. It was a
mm,
good side.
It
right.
certainly would be lighter for you.
I'll have him discuss that next session. What last thing? If you want to do this now, it would be a lot of fun. You guys can take a short rest and do your hit dice. And as you're starting to attune to it, you start to feel the possibilities of this magical item begin to take shape. And it's almost as if each petal has a different possibility. It feels like you're attuning to one, almost like one of those possibilities. Almost as if its power is sort of contained behind the gold. And as you look at it and realize more and more, this thing is literally gilded. And what that means is it's plated in gold. It was a flower and it is covered in gold. Not it's a gold flower, but there was a flower underneath this, and someone's like dip dyed it in gold effectively
Mhm.
and forged it around it. And as it kind of passes through that gold, it seems to be shifting and changing. So, if you want, you can roll for its effects. Okay. Attuning to it takes 1 hour. Roll a d100 for the first beneficial property. While attuned to the artifact, you are immune to disease,
Mm,
much like Tanner and
okay.
Dyer.
hmm
Roll another d100. 61. What? That's 51 to 60, but at Seth 5th level. While attuned, you can use an action to cast one 5th level spell. After you cast the spell, roll a d6. On the roll of a 1 to 5, you can't cast it again until the next dawn. That 5th level spell is chosen by me, and I'm going to pick that between now and next session. But it is a spell-like effect stored within it, which is pretty cool. And now for the bad stuff.
Yep.
Roll a d100 again.
Yeah.
All these different possibilities, every single petal is something different. Okay. 62. While attuned to the artifact, you can't smell. Okay,
Okay.
that's strange. But there it is.
I mean,
It
to
makes
be honest, that
sense,
sort of helped in that room if you think about it, because all the rotten flesh and
Oh.
stuff. How often do you use your sense of smell?
It's weird. It's almost as if the flower has been locked away, and as you try to smell its beautiful aroma, you realize you get nothing but cold metal. The gold, whilst it may have made it look more elaborate or, I guess, precious, it has stolen the aroma of the flower, and it seems that emotion, that mournful loss of its smell, has passed on to you.
Yep.
Okay, and one last D100.
Oh no.
2.
Why do I feel
I'll
like a
attune
two?
the... What? Oh god. Yeah, we'll have to find that one out as the game progresses, because
Oh.
that one is not an immediate effect that you're aware of.
Okay,
Um,
I'm just gonna put while attuned X.
Yeah, while attune 2.
Something surprise.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that's interesting.
Okay, well, the immune to disease and the 1/5 level spell slot, which I assume will be nature related, that's kind of cool.
Hold on a minute. I just realized that you're immune to disease. That one's counteracting that, sort of.
Ha! Do I have to re-roll the positive, or does it?
Possibly.
I've never created an artifact, so the fact that I found an artifact's really cool.
We'll come back. I'll decide that between sessions. But for now, we're going to keep that. If I need to re-roll, I will re-roll.
Okay.
That's it for today. We are done. Oh my god, I can't believe we lost on penalty.
Really? It was lost on penalties.
Yep.
Oh,
They sent a 19-year-old out there, man, to kick the most important penalty in 55 years of England's history. Fucking, what was Gareth Southgate doing, man?
but isn't that England's thing, like losing on penalties in like the big? Isn't
Sure,
it?
it
is.
absolutely is, yes.
That's what we do.
But when you send a 19-year-old out there and you need to score,
He's gonna
I don't
put
care if he's the only striker left or whatever, man. No, that is no. You just don't do that. Terrible decision.
All right, we're gonna end here. Thanks very much for watching. We'll be back next Friday, and
It's
also
been-
catch us on. Sorry,
Take care.
next
Sorry.
Sunday, I meant. And then next Friday we'll also be live with the Claude Coast on Roll for Story. Thank you very
Right.
much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.